Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. We weren't the kind of people who hired strangers off the internet. We were the background check, reference call, ask our neighbors kind of parents. Cautious but not paranoid, realistic. So when my husband's boss invited us to a formal dinner party, we did what we thought was the responsible thing. We found a sitter through a reputable app. She had reviews. 5 stars. A verified profile. 3 families in our neighborhood had apparently used her. And she seemed perfect. Her name was Elle. She arrived at 6:45 p.m., 15 minutes early, wearing a neat blue sweater and jeans, polite but not robotic, smiled warmly at our daughter, Emma, and crouched to her level to say hello. I liked that. Emma's a shy kid, usually takes a while to warm up, but she gave Elle a little wave almost immediately, which honestly surprised me. I chalked it up to Elle's calm demeanor. She didn't talk down to Emma, just treated her like a person. We gave her the rundown: bedtime at 8:30, snack drawer in the kitchen, emergency numbers on the fridge, and of course, please call us if anything feels off. Elle nodded the whole time, never interrupting. You can count on me, she said. I love working with kids this age. They're honest. I remember that word no honesstand, how I didn't think anything of it at the time. But it's been echoing in my head for days now, like some kind of code I didn't understand. The night went fine. At least, that's what we thought. We got back around 11. Elle was reading on the couch, soft music playing through the baby monitor, which she'd turned on to listen for Emma. She told us Emma had gone to bed without fuss. Even asked if it was okay that she left a note with some bedtime observations things she noticed about how Emma liked her blanket arranged, which stuffed animal she fell asleep with. Some kids don't say those things out loud, Elle had said, but I like paying attention. It felt thoughtful, overkill maybe, but thoughtful. We paid her in cash and walked her out. I remember she didn't say goodbye to Emma, just gave a small wave toward the hallway and said, "Tell her I said sweet dreams." That stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why. The next morning, Emma seemed normal, sleepy, a little groggy, but happy enough. She asked for pancakes and curled up on the couch to watch cartoons while we cleaned up the house. I didn't think about Elle again for a few days. Not until Thursday. I was organizing Emma's playroom, trying to finally go through the toy bins she never touched anymore. I found an old puzzle box under her little table, one I didn't recognize. Inside wasn't a puzzle, though. It was a small spiral notebook. Pink cover, stickers peeling at the edges, her name Emma, scrawled in that uneven handwriting kids have before they really figure out spacing. It was her handwriting. I smiled at first, flipping through it like it would be filled with scribbles or doodles. But it wasn't. It was journaling. Pages and pages of dated entries, all written in that same shaky hand, some words misspelled, others crossed out and corrected like she'd been learning how to write better as she went. Most of it was innocent, stuff about breakfast, cartoons, what she did at preschool. I figured her teacher must have encouraged it. But then I saw the first entry that made my stomach flip. Elle made me eat something funny. It tasted like toothpaste and bread. I stopped flipping. Okay, maybe it was a weird snack. Maybe Elle gave her something she didn't like. Still weird, but not sinister. The next one was dated the same night we were out. She said not to tell Mommy because they wouldn't believe me, but I remember it anyway. That's when my skin crawled. The entry was written in bigger letters, like she was trying harder, like she wanted to make sure someone read it. I turned the page. I don't like when she says goodnight like that. She whispers like someone else is listening. I had to sit down. This wasn't just childhood imagination. This wasn't pretend. I knew my daughter. I knew the way she spoke, the words she used. These were hers. My hands were shaking when I flipped to the next one. She keeps pretending to be you when I'm asleep. She wears your sweater and sits in the dark. I dropped the notebook. I sat there on the floor, staring at it, heart pounding, ears ringing. I didn't know what to think, what to do. Call the police, call the app, call my husband. Was it a joke? A prank? But who would do that? And why? And then I remembered something. That night, when we came home, the sweater I'd planned to wear to the dinner party was missing. I'd blamed myself, assumed I'd left it at work, or shoved it in the laundry. I wore a different one. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited until Emma went to bed before showing it to my husband. He read it silently, didn't say anything until he finished. Do we still have her number? I opened the app, pulled up her profile. It was gone. No history, no review, no confirmation of the booking, like we'd never hired her at all. We tried calling the emergency number listed on the fridge, the one she'd written down. It rang once, then went straight to a disconnect message. We called the company's support line. They confirmed a sitter had been booked under the name LM, but when they cross-referenced the phone number and email, it came up flagged. Not banned, flagged. I asked what that meant. The woman on the phone paused. That's something we pass along to the authorities. I asked who she really was, and the woman said something that chilled me more than anything else. We can't tell you who she was, but I can tell you who she wasn't. Her real name, the identity attached to those glowing reviews, belonged to a woman reported missing 6 months ago in another state. A woman who'd vanished while working as a nanny. The police said they'd look into it, but it's been 4 days now. And last night, Emma woke up crying. I went in to check on her, asked what was wrong. She looked at me half asleep and said, "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I haven't slept since. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept hearing Emma's voice. "Why are you calling yourself Mommy again?" I kept replaying it in my head, trying to convince myself she'd just been dreaming. Kids say weird things when they're half asleep, right? I'd read enough parenting forums to know imagination can get tangled with dreams. But the way she said it, the way her brow furrowed, the way she looked at me, confused but not scared, that part didn't feel like a dream. It felt like memory. In the morning, she acted like nothing happened. She was chatty, normal. She asked for waffles, drew pictures of our cat with stars around his head. When I asked how she slept, She just shrugged and said, "Okay," like she didn't even remember waking up. But I remembered, and I couldn't stop thinking about that notebook. I told my husband we needed to talk to someone more than just the police or the app support line. I wanted answers. Not canned apologies, not vague promises to investigate. I wanted someone to believe what I felt in my bones, that whoever had been in our house wasn't who she said she was. And she'd been playing a part. That evening, while Emma napped, I went online and started doing my own digging. The app still had a profile for the real Mem, the one who'd gone missing. There were cached reviews from other families, all dated before she vanished, all glowing. I clicked through some of the usernames who'd left reviews, hoping one might be a real person. Something more than just a generic user, 1088. Finally, I found one that looked legit, a mom from a suburb 2 hours away. She had a public blog linked in her profile. Her name was Megan, and she'd posted a heartfelt entry about the real Elle going missing, how Elle had been her go-to babysitter for almost a year, how she vanished after taking a job for a new family one weekend. The police had found her car, purse still inside. The house she was supposed to sit at had been vacant. I sat there staring at the screen, stomach flipping. Whoever had been in my home wasn't just using a fake identity. She was using the identity of someone gone, and somehow she knew enough to act just like her. I took a screenshot of the blog post, then scrolled down. Megan had included a few photos of Elle smiling, holding a toddler, crouching next to a sandbox. And it hit me like a punch. It wasn't the same woman who came to our house. Not even close. Different face, different build, different everything. So who the hell was she? I couldn't sit still. I printed the screenshots, grabbed the notebook, and drove straight to the police station. I asked to speak to the same officer who'd taken our initial statement. They said he was off duty, but would leave a note. I left the printouts, the blog, everything. When I asked if they'd follow up with the missing persons case, they told me that case had been transferred to another jurisdiction, and there's only so much they can do unless a crime had occurred in our county. I don't know what I expected. Maybe I thought someone would take the notebook seriously, that they'd read Emma's words and feel what I felt, that creeping unease, that sense that something had been done to her, or at least near her. Instead, they photocopied it and handed the original back like it was a school assignment. That night, my husband and I sat on the couch after Emma went to bed. We didn't speak for a long time, just stared at the baby monitor, even though she was fast asleep. "I think we need to talk to a child psychologist," I finally said. He nodded slowly. "You think she's been traumatized?" "I don't know. I don't think she understands it like that. But something happened, something weird, and it's not going away." He rubbed his face. "What do we even say? Our babysitter might have been someone impersonating a missing woman, and now our kid thinks she's still in the house." I didn't laugh, neither did he. We both knew it didn't sound right, but it felt true. The next day, Emma said something else. We were coloring together, just the two of us. She was drawing what looked like a stick figure inside a house. I asked her who it was. "That's Elle," she said without looking up. I froze. "Elle's not here anymore, sweetie." She tilted her head. "She comes back sometimes." I tried to keep my voice steady. "What do you mean?" Emma picked up a red crayon and started coloring big looping circles around the stick figure's head. "When I'm asleep, she talks to me. She tells me you used to be her." I couldn't speak. I didn't want to push, but I had to ask. "What does that mean, baby?" Emma shrugged. "She says I'm hers now." I excused myself to the bathroom and sat on the toilet lid, gripping the edge of the sink, trying not to cry. That night, I went through the house top to bottom. I checked every closet, every crawl space. I opened the attic, even though I hate that narrow pull-down ladder. Nothing. No signs of entry, no tampered windows, no missing items. Except one thing. A tiny pair of socks that weren't Emma's, stuffed deep inside the bottom of her toy bin, beneath the dolls and puzzles and plastic food. They were child-sized, old, faded pink with little ruffles. Not ours. Not bought by us. Not from any set I remembered. I took them to the police the next morning. The woman at the front desk gave me a look like I was spiraling. Maybe I was. "Ma'am, do you want to file another report?" she asked. I just stood there holding the socks in a Ziploc bag. "Do you keep records of fingerprints?" She nodded slowly. "If there's an investigation, was there a break-in?" "No," I said quietly, "not a break-in. Just a break. In reality. In trust. In whatever thin line separates normal from wrong." Later that afternoon, Emma started crying during her nap. I ran in, heart pounding. She wasn't in bed. She was sitting on the floor holding that notebook. I hadn't seen her touch it in days. She looked up at me, tears on her cheeks. "She wants you to stop calling me Emma." My blood turned to ice. "What does she want to call you?" Emma held the notebook to her chest and whispered one word. "Lila." That wasn't her name. But it was the name of the missing babysitter, the real Elle's last client. I had seen it once. Buried in the last post on Megan's blog. Lila Harper, age 5. Gone without a trace. I stood there in Emma's doorway, frozen. The word echoed inside me like it had weight. Lila. It didn't belong in our house. It didn't belong in my daughter's mouth. She couldn't have known it. Wouldn't have known it. I knelt down slowly, trying to stay calm. "Where did you hear that name, baby?" Emma wiped her nose with her sleeve, eyes wide and shiny. She told me. I hesitated. "Who told you, sweetie?" She looked down at the notebook she was still holding tight against her chest, like it was a shield. Elle. I reached forward and gently took the notebook from her. She didn't resist. I flipped through it. No new entries, just the ones I'd read before. Still the same pages that made my stomach twist. Still that shaky, innocent handwriting telling stories no 5-year-old should ever be able to write. "I don't want her to come back," Emma whispered. The worst part was that I didn't know what she meant by that. Did she mean a dream, a game, a memory, a hallucination? I wanted to believe it was imagination, the way any mom would. That she'd overheard me talking about the case and pieced together some story. but it didn't fit. Emma had never heard the name Lila. I never said it out loud. Not to her, not even to my husband. That night, I couldn't sit still. I waited until my husband was asleep, then got out of bed and went into the kitchen. I brought the laptop with me and opened Megan's blog again. I reread everything, this time slower, hunting for details I might have skimmed over before. She'd written that Lila had vanished from a house during the babysitting weekend. The parents had gone away overnight. Elle had been watching the child. When they came back, Elle was gone. The front door was unlocked. The house was spotless. No signs of struggle. Lila's room looked like she'd never been there. No fingerprints, no footprints, just silence. And then I saw it, a sentence I'd missed before, maybe because it hadn't meant anything at the time. Lila's favorite thing was drawing suns with faces. We still find them around the house sometimes. My heart sank. I stood up slowly, left the laptop on the counter, and walked toward Emma's room. I didn't want to wake her, but I needed to see something. I opened the door quietly. She was asleep, breathing soft and steady. I tiptoed to her art desk and pulled out her sketchbook. I flipped through page after page. Sun with a smile. Sun with a frown. Sun with big eyes and red cheeks. Over and over. The same face, the same thick rays. Emma had never drawn suns like that before. I would have noticed. I backed out of the room, shutting the door gently, trying not to panic. I wanted to call someone, scream, do something. But who would I even call? The police already thought I was spiraling. And maybe I was. But I wasn't wrong. The next morning, I asked Emma what she dreamed about. She looked up from her cereal and said, "We were playing in the basement." I blinked. "We don't go in the basement, baby. It's full of boxes." "I know," she said simply, but it was different. She made it bigger. "She who?" Emma shrugged. "The other mommy." I felt dizzy. After I dropped her off at preschool, I went home and opened the basement door. I hadn't been down there in months. We mostly kept old furniture and out-of-season clothes down there. It smelled musty, like cardboard and cement, but it felt colder than usual. I stood at the bottom of the stairs and turned on the light. It flickered for a second, then stayed on. Everything looked normal. Stacks of boxes, old coat racks, bins of baby clothes. Nothing strange. Until I turned around to go back up. There were drawings on the wall. Crayon, faint and scrawled. 3 stick figures, a woman, a little girl, and a third shape, larger, with long arms and no face. I stepped closer. Beneath the drawing, in barely legible letters, were 2 words. Not you. I dropped my phone. I don't remember going back upstairs. I don't remember shutting the door. But the next thing I knew, I was in the kitchen again, standing over the sink, breathing hard and gripping the edge of the counter like it was the only thing keeping me upright. I called the preschool, told them I was picking Emma up early. When I got there, she was fine, happy. She ran to me like nothing was wrong. "Can we get a snack?" she asked, her voice light. We drove in silence. When we got home, I watched her like a hawk. At one point, she walked over to her dollhouse and started whispering to her dolls. "What are you saying?" I asked from across the room. "Nothing," she said. "Just asking if Elle's still here." I crouched down beside her. "Emma, sweetie, why do you think Elle is here?" She paused, then looked at me in a way that made my skin crawl. "Because she keeps trying to wear your face." My mouth went dry. I didn't know what to say. That night, I asked my husband to sleep in Emma's room. I told him it was just for comfort, that she'd been having bad dreams. I didn't tell him what she'd said. Not yet. I stayed up, pacing the hallway. Around 3 in the morning, I heard whispering. I crept to Emma's door and pressed my ear against it. Silence. Then, soft, high-pitched humming. I cracked the door open. Emma was asleep. My husband was too. But the baby monitor, the one on the dresser, still turned on, was blinking. I picked it up, took it to the living room, turned up the volume. Whispers. Too quiet to make out, but not Emma's voice, and not mine. I played it back. There it was again. She's still trying to remember who she is. I dropped the monitor. It cracked on the floor, screen going black. And when I looked up just for a second, I saw my reflection in the window. But it wasn't doing what I was doing. It was smiling. The worst part about realizing something is wrong in your own home is that you stop trusting the walls, the doorknobs, the mirrors, the silence between sounds. It's like the house knows, and it's waiting for you to admit it too. After I saw my reflection smile when I didn't, I backed away from the window like it could reach through the glass. My legs felt rubbery. I dropped onto the couch and stared at the blank TV screen, trying to breathe normally. Inhale, exhale. You're just tired, I told myself. It's stress. You've been on edge since Emma said that name. That's all. But in the back of my mind, I knew. There are certain things a 5-year-old doesn't make up, especially not over and over, especially not names she never should have heard, especially not sentences like, "She keeps trying to wear your face." I picked up the baby monitor off the floor and turned it back on. It was dead. Not low battery, just dead. No blinking light, no static. Nothing. It had been plugged in all day. The next morning I went into the basement with gloves and a flashlight. I didn't tell my husband. I told Emma she wasn't allowed down there anymore. She didn't ask why. She just nodded and kept coloring in her notebook. Not the one I found in the toy box, a new one. This one was purple, and I hadn't bought it. I crouched at the bottom of the basement steps and examined the wall with the crayon drawing. I rubbed at the stick figures with a towel. They smudged, faint but real, not just imagination. Someone had drawn them, and not recently. I started checking every corner of the basement. Nothing, until I opened the storage cabinet under the stairs. It was a small crawl space, too small for an adult to get inside, but just enough space for a child, or for someone curled up tightly. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe I hoped it'd be empty. It wasn't. There were scraps of fabric in the back corner, bits of yarn, a cracked plastic mirror, propped up with books. One of the books had been torn apart. Another had handwriting inside. Child's handwriting. I miss my name. She said I was her favorite. She said I'd be safe in the walls. I didn't cry. I wanted to, but I didn't. I took photos of everything, sent them to a burner email I created on the spot. I don't know why, just in case, for documentation, so if something happened to me, someone would know. I tried calling the police again that afternoon, but the officer who came by didn't even come inside. I explained everything, the notebook, the name Lila, the basement, the drawing, the babysitter who wasn't who she said she was, and he just nodded like he was ticking off boxes in his head. Said without a crime or threat, there wasn't much to do. I asked if they'd followed up on the identity of the fake L. He said the case was still open, and they'd be in touch. Then he told me I should get some rest. That night, I pulled out old baby videos of Emma on my phone, ones from before that night, when things still made sense. I just wanted to hear her voice, remind myself of the real version of her. Not the one who whispered about other mommies or saw things in dreams. But as I was scrolling, I found something else. A video I didn't remember recording. It was dated the night we hired Elle. The thumbnail was dark, but I recognized the room Emma's. I played it. The camera was facing the ceiling, soundless at first, then a soft creaking. A figure walked past the camera, bare feet, long pants. Then the whispering started. Not Emma, not me, not anyone I recognized. The voice was soft and low, feminine, but not gentle. Do you know who you are? Say it. Say your name. Then silence. A tiny voice. Emma's voice. Lila. The video ended. I stared at the screen so long it dimmed. When I turned it back on, the video was gone. I checked my recently deleted folder. Empty. I checked my cloud backup. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway outside Emma's room, back against the wall, holding the broken baby monitor in my lap like it might start working again. Around 3 a.m., I heard her talking in her sleep. I crawled to the door and pressed my ear against it. Just her voice. Whispers. But she wasn't alone. Two voices, hers and someone else's. I opened the door. She was sitting upright in bed, eyes closed, whispering to the empty air in front of her. Her hands were resting in her lap, calm, too calm. Emma, I said softly. She didn't answer. I stepped closer. Emma, honey. Her eyes snapped open. She blinked at me, confused. Where'd she go? Who, baby? She looked around the room, her mouth trembling. She was here. I pulled her into my arms. Her skin was cold, not sweaty, not flushed, just cold. She cried for a few minutes, but never told me anything else. Just kept saying she was here over and over. The next morning, she didn't remember. Said she slept fine. Said she hadn't had any dreams. But I saw the way she avoided the hallway mirror, the way she glanced over her shoulder while brushing her teeth. She remembered. She just didn't want to talk about it. And honestly, neither did I. Not until later that night when I found the photo. It was tucked inside one of the picture frames on the living room shelf. A new photo. Not printed, not developed. Just a plain sheet of paper with an image printed on it in grainy black and white. It was our living room. Me and Emma sitting on the couch. Except I wasn't facing the camera. And Emma wasn't looking at me. She was looking behind me. And in the far corner of the room, where the shadows met the wall, was the shape of a woman, watching us. I sat there staring at the photo for what felt like forever. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, and the edge of the paper curled slightly where my fingers gripped too tight. I studied every inch of it, the couch, the throw pillows, the faint blur of Emma's hand as she reached for something, but I kept coming back to the corner. That shape. It wasn't a shadow, not exactly. It had form, shoulders, maybe, the outline of long hair, like someone standing just out of focus, barely real, but still there, watching. I checked the timestamp printed at the bottom of the page. It wasn't a time I remembered anyone taking a picture. No visitors, no phone in sight. But it lined up almost to the minute with the night I sat up with Emma, the night I thought I heard her talking in her sleep. The night I thought we were alone. I took the photo and shoved it deep in the drawer of the hallway table, under old birthday cards and appliance manuals. Out of sight. That would be enough, I thought. If I didn't see it, maybe it wouldn't be real. The next morning, Emma asked if she could sleep in my bed that night. "Why, baby?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. She looked at her cereal. "I don't want her to come into my room again." I didn't answer. I just kissed the top of her head and said, "Okay." That day I called in sick to work, said I had a migraine. My boss barely listened before approving the day off. I think my voice scared her. I needed time to think, to breathe, to figure out if I was losing my mind or if something had really taken root in our house. I spent most of the morning searching through old receipts, documents, anything I could find from the night we hired Elle. But nothing lined up. No payment history, no messages, no ride requests, no trace of her profile. Even the confirmation email I know I received was gone from my inbox. Just a gap where a date should have been. Like she was never there. And then I remembered something. The doorbell camera. We'd only installed it 2 months ago. Motion activated. Stored footage for 30 days unless manually downloaded. It had a small, glitchy interface, but it worked. I opened the app and scrolled back to the night she arrived. It took a while. The footage had gaps, weird skips, almost like pieces had been deliberately removed. But then, at 6:45 p.m., there she was, standing on our porch. Same sweater, same polite smile, her hand raised in a friendly wave. But as the video played, I noticed something I hadn't before. Her reflection in the glass. It didn't move, not even slightly. While she waved and smiled and tucked hair behind her ear, the reflection stood frozen, arms at her side, face blank. I felt something tighten in my chest. I paused the video and stared at the screen. Screenshot. Saved it to my phone. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, but I needed proof. I needed to remind myself this was happening. That night, I let Emma sleep in our bed. I read her a story, kissed her forehead, and waited until she fell asleep. I stayed up with the lights on, pretending to read, pretending everything was fine. It wasn't. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Not off, just dimmed, like someone was playing with the voltage. I held my breath. Then came the creak of a floorboard. Not in our room. From Emma's. I got up slowly, careful not to wake her, and stepped into the hallway. The door to her room was half open, swaying just slightly like it had been touched. I didn't go in. I couldn't. I stood there frozen, listening to the faintest sound. Breathing. Not mine. Not hers. Just breathing. I backed away and shut our bedroom door, wedging a chair under the knob like they do in movies. It didn't feel ridiculous. It felt necessary. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found another drawing in Emma's room. Not in her sketchbook. This one was taped to the back of her door. 3 figures again. But this time, the stick figure meant to be me had no face. No eyes, no mouth, just an empty circle. When I asked Emma who drew it, she didn't answer. She just whispered. She said if I don't play right, she'll make me stay. That day, I packed a bag. I called my sister and told her we were coming for a visit, a long one. I didn't explain. She didn't ask. Maybe she heard something in my voice. Maybe she already knew something was wrong. Before we left, I went into the basement one last time. The drawings on the wall were gone, but in their place, in red marker, was a sentence. You can go, but she stays. I grabbed Emma and left the house without looking back. We've been staying at my sister's place ever since. Emma's sleeping through the night again. No drawings, no whispers, no dreams about Elle. But last night my sister found Emma in the hallway, sitting in the dark. She asked her what she was doing. Emma said, waiting for Mommy. My sister said, but your Mommy's right here. And Emma looked up and said, not that Mommy. I don't know what I've brought with us, but I don't think it stayed in the house. I didn't know what closure looked like anymore. After 3 weeks at my sister's, I was still waking up at 3 a.m., sitting straight up in bed like my body had memorized something I hadn't agreed to. Emma, at least, seemed better. Her appetite returned. The circles under her eyes faded, but every now and then, she would pause mid-play and look at nothing for a few seconds too long, like she was remembering something and trying to forget it at the same time. I wanted to believe we were safe now, but safety started to feel like a story I told myself at night. I had done what any rational person would do. I left the house, protected my kid, reported everything. And still, I couldn't shake the weight of it. The idea that something had sunk its claws into our lives and didn't want to let go. So I went back. Not for long, just a few hours. I needed to see it again, not in my memory, but in daylight. I asked my sister to take Emma to the park and drove to our house with a pit in my stomach. The yard looked normal, lawn dry from early spring, newspapers stacked on the porch, the welcome mat still crooked. But the second I walked in, I knew no one had been inside. And yet, it didn't feel empty. I walked from room to room. My feet were almost silent on the hardwood, but the house groaned in the kind of way that makes you feel like you're not alone. I didn't bring boxes or trash bags. I wasn't there to pack. I needed answers, or at least a thread to tug at. I started in Emma's room. Her sheets were still tangled from the last night we'd slept there. I touched the edge of her pillow, cold. In the closet, I found the sketchbooks again. She hadn't brought them to my sister's, I made sure of that. They were stacked neatly, too neatly. I opened one. Every page was covered in suns. Hundreds of them, each slightly different, some frowning, some smiling, some with hollow eyes. The last page stopped me. It was a drawing of 3 stick figures. Again, but this time there were names written in shaky, blocky letters beneath each one. Mommy, Emma, her, and above them a sentence. She said she was lonely before. I closed the book and set it down. My hands were sweating. I didn't feel watched, not exactly, but I felt noticed, like the house remembered me, like it was waiting to see what I'd do next. I headed downstairs to the basement. I wasn't even scared anymore. I just felt tired. The cabinet under the stairs still creaked the same way. The crawl space still smelled of dust and something slightly sweet like old perfume or dried flowers. But the mirror inside, the little plastic one that had been propped up with books, it was shattered. In the center of the broken glass, written in red marker across the largest shard, was a word. Mine. I backed out, slowly, carefully, heart pounding. Upstairs again, I stood in the living room, trying to remember if there was something I missed. That's when I noticed it. The framed photo on the shelf, the one of me, Emma, and my husband at the beach, was wrong. I'd looked at it 100 times, but now there was something in the background, barely visible, behind us. A woman, out of focus, watching. I took the frame off the shelf and turned it over. Behind the photo, tucked into the backing, was a folded piece of paper. I opened it slowly. It was a birth certificate, not Emma's. It was for a girl named Lila Harper, born 5 years ago. Same birthday as Emma. The address listed under place of birth was ours. The handwriting on the line that said mother had been scratched out, but I could still make out the first few letters. L. I left the house. I didn't pack a single thing. I went straight to the police station and handed over the certificate, the photo, the sketchbook page. I told them everything. Again, this time they listened. A detective followed up with the babysitting agency. They finally acknowledged that the L who showed up at our house used stolen credentials. An open investigation was already underway. It turned out I wasn't the only parent who had reported strange behavior, but no one had gone as far as I had. No one else had the drawings, the photo, the fingerprints on the broken mirror they'd eventually dust. They asked me to take Emma in for a forensic interview. She didn't talk much, but when they asked her who Elle was, she said something I'll never forget. She told me she used to be Mommy, but she wasn't good at it. The therapist's face didn't even change. She just nodded. Emma's statement was enough to flag the case as a high priority. More digging turned up 2 more families in nearby towns with similar stories. Notes, photos, weird entries in kids' diaries. One even had a video, shaky and dim, of a woman crawling out of a child's closet before quickly retreating when the light flipped on. And the woman always looked just a little different. But the smile was always the same. We don't live in that house anymore. We moved 2 states away. My husband got a new job. Emma started kindergarten under a new name. We don't talk about Elle, not in front of her, not even between ourselves, really. But the house? It was condemned last month. The new buyers backed out after renovations started. The contractor reported something unusual in the walls. Bones. Small ones. And behind a sealed panel in the basement, they found a child's bed, covered in sun drawings. The DNA is still being tested. They suspect it might be Lila, or maybe someone else. Maybe there was more than one. But for me, the scariest part wasn't the bones. It wasn't even the secret room or the forged identities. It was the notebook they found tucked under the mattress. Same pink cover. Inside, the first page had 5 words, written in a new, careful hand. She said I could stay. I never want to know what that meant. Some stories don't need sequels. Some things should stay buried. At first, I didn't even notice the calls. My life had always been comfortably predictable, routine in a way that made everything feel normal, boring even. I worked as a graphic designer, spending long hours in my small home office, headphones on, buried in projects until the early hours of the morning. My phone rarely rang, and when it did, it was usually a friend or family member, never anything unusual. But looking back, the first call was probably 3 weeks ago. It came late at night, around 11 o'clock, just as I was finishing up edits for a client. I remember glancing at the phone number briefly. It was unknown, a number I didn't recognize, but I thought little of it. I let it ring out, too distracted to answer, assuming it was probably just spam. The second call was harder to ignore. It came exactly the next night, again at 11. Same number. This time I answered without hesitation, mildly curious but mostly annoyed. "Hello?" I said absently, not even bothering to move away from my computer screen. Silence greeted me on the other end, no voice, no static, nothing at first. But after a few seconds I heard it clearly, slow, deep breaths, rhythmic, heavy enough that I instinctively pulled the phone slightly away from my ear. "Hello," I repeated louder now, irritation rising slightly. "Who is this?" Still nothing. Just the breathing steady, calm, and oddly patient. I hung up, shaking my head in mild disbelief. Probably just kids messing around or a wrong number. Still, the sound lingered in my head longer than it should have, like an echo that refused to fade completely. The calls continued each night, always at exactly the same time. By the 3rd or 4th night, annoyance had turned to curiosity, then slowly into something else, unease. It wasn't just the timing, though that alone was unsettling. It was the persistence of the silence on the other end, broken only by the methodical breathing. It sounded intentional, personal somehow, as if the caller was waiting specifically for me to say something, do something. But I never did, always choosing silence instead, waiting them out, listening until my discomfort forced me to hang up. After a week of this, I decided to block the number, figuring that would be enough. It wasn't. The next night at exactly 11, my phone rang again, this time from a different unknown number. The breathing continued, but now there were new sounds layered beneath it. Subtle noises, faint rustling, whispers that were just beyond clear hearing, too quiet to decipher, but loud enough to know they were there. My stomach knotted slightly each time the phone rang. I found myself dreading 11 o'clock, checking the clock anxiously as the hour approached. Rationally, I knew it was probably nothing, just someone's twisted idea of a prank, but emotionally, it had begun to burrow under my skin, disrupting my normally calm, predictable life. By the second week, sleep became difficult. I found myself awake late into the night, listening for noises that weren't there, glancing repeatedly toward the phone, waiting for it to ring. My projects fell behind, work suffering from my distracted thoughts. Friends noticed my fatigue, asking gently if I was all right, if something was wrong. I never mentioned the calls. It felt silly, irrational. How could I explain that a few silent phone calls were making me paranoid? But then came the night everything shifted. It was exactly 11 when the phone rang again, loud and intrusive. My heart raced slightly as I picked it up, expecting the breathing, the whispers. But this time, something different filled the line, a sound clear and sharp enough to freeze me in place. A scream, short and piercing, followed by silence. Then the breathing returned, faster this time, louder, almost excited. I swallowed hard, gripping the phone tightly. "Who is this?" I asked again, my voice shaking slightly now, anger masking my fear. "What do you want from me?" For the first time, the caller responded. It wasn't breathing or whispers this time. Instead, a voice low, calm, and oddly relaxed answered softly. "I'm outside." I felt a cold shock pass through my chest, freezing me momentarily. My heart thundered in my ears as I dropped the phone onto the couch and rushed to the window, pulling the curtains aside quickly, eyes scanning the front yard, the street, the neighbors' houses. Nothing. Empty, quiet darkness stared back at me, softly illuminated by the street lamp overhead. My pulse continued to pound unevenly as I checked the door locks. Twice, hands trembling. My breathing was shallow, rapid as anxiety surged sharply through my body. I finally returned to the phone, picking it up slowly, unsure of what to say, but when I held it to my ear again, the line was dead. Silence filled my home once more, deeper and heavier than before. The following evening, as 11 approached, I felt sick, physically ill from anxiety. I sat frozen on the couch, staring at the phone in dread. When it rang exactly at 11, the sound was deafening in the quiet of my house. I picked it up without speaking, holding my breath, waiting. The voice was back immediately, clearer now, colder somehow, devoid of feeling. "Open your front door." My throat felt tight, constricted. "Who are you?" I whispered harshly, my voice barely audible. "Why are you doing this?" But the caller didn't respond. Instead, the line went silent, abruptly cut off. A second later, 3 loud knocks rang out from the front door, echoing through my house, sending a wave of dread surging through me again. Slowly, shakily, I moved toward the door, checking through the peephole cautiously. No one. Empty space stretched out before me, illuminated dimly by the street lamp. My pulse raced as I opened the door quickly, stepping outside onto the porch. Silence surrounded me, heavy and oppressive. No one was there. I returned inside, locking the door tightly again, chest heavy with anxiety. Yet, as I moved back toward the living room, my eyes caught something, a subtle glint, faintly reflecting from the shelf beside my television. Stepping closer, I saw it clearly, a tiny black device tucked behind the books. A camera, small, discreet, and recording. My stomach dropped sharply. I reached out slowly, removing it from its hiding place, staring at it in disbelief. A chilling thought crashed through my mind instantly. Whoever had been calling wasn't just outside my house. They had already been inside. I stared down at the small, sleek camera resting in my palm. It felt impossibly heavy for something so tiny. My breath caught in my chest, panic clawing its way upward until it felt lodged in my throat. The reality of what I was holding overwhelmed me. Someone had been inside my home, quietly watching my every move, maybe for days, or even longer. My stomach twisted violently. I sank down onto the couch, my legs weak beneath me, the camera clutched tightly in trembling fingers. I'd always considered myself careful, cautious even, the kind of person who double-checked locks, closed curtains, and never opened doors to strangers. And yet someone had slipped into my home unnoticed, violating my privacy in the most sinister way possible. I didn't sleep at all that night. Instead, I paced my living room, paranoia gnawing at my nerves, my mind racing through every encounter I'd had in recent days, neighbors, delivery drivers, even friends and co-workers. I wondered endlessly if I had missed something obvious. Had I let this intruder in unknowingly, or had they forced their way inside while I was asleep, oblivious to the threat just footsteps away? As dawn broke, exhaustion fought against adrenaline, but I knew I had to do something. The camera, silent and invasive, still lay on my coffee table like some kind of malevolent insect. I considered calling the police, but hesitated. Would they believe me? Or would they dismiss this as paranoia, a prank, or something insignificant? In the end, my fear outweighed my embarrassment. By mid-morning, I was sitting in my kitchen with 2 officers, a man and a woman, describing everything. The nightly calls, the breathing, the whispers, the chilling voice, and finally, the discovery of the hidden camera. They listened calmly, taking notes quietly, their faces professionally neutral, unreadable. "Have you noticed anything missing from the house?" the female officer asked, her voice gentle but probing. "No," I admitted, shaking my head slowly. "Everything seems normal, except—" I motioned helplessly toward the small device they'd placed carefully inside a plastic evidence bag. The male officer nodded thoughtfully. "We'll check around the property and talk to your neighbors. It's possible someone has been watching you, waiting for opportunities to enter your home. We'll let you know what we find." I thanked them quietly, still feeling unsettled even after their reassurances. As soon as they left, the silence in the house felt thick and suffocating, pressing against me from all sides. By evening, the house felt utterly unsafe. I kept glancing nervously around, constantly checking windows and doors, my nerves frayed and raw. As 11 o'clock approached once again, dread gripped me tighter with each passing minute. When the phone rang exactly at 11, my heart stopped momentarily, then began to race uncontrollably. I hesitated before finally answering, desperate to confront whoever was doing this, desperate for some explanation, any explanation to end the uncertainty. "Who are you? What do you want?" My voice cracked slightly, betraying my panic despite trying to sound firm and unafraid. The voice on the other end chuckled softly, a quiet, mocking laugh, devoid of humor. It chilled me to my core. "You found it faster than I expected," the voice murmured calmly, almost conversationally. "But there are more, hidden everywhere. You won't find them all." My blood ran cold. I gripped the phone harder, knuckles white. "Why are you doing this?" The silence stretched, thick and tense, before the voice returned, barely louder than a whisper. "Because I can. Because I like knowing you're afraid. And now that you know I'm here, I'll always be watching." Anger suddenly surged inside me, hot and sharp. "Leave me alone," I shouted desperately, slamming the phone down hard enough to rattle the table. Breathing hard, I grabbed a flashlight from the drawer and began tearing through every room, pulling apart shelves, inspecting corners, looking behind furniture, under tables. Desperate to find every hidden camera he claimed existed. It took hours, and by the end, I'd uncovered 2 more tiny devices, one concealed inside a houseplant, another carefully embedded inside my desk lamp. Each discovery brought a fresh wave of nausea, a renewed violation. I felt trapped, utterly vulnerable. Finally, exhausted, I sank onto my bed, leaving all the lights blazing in a futile attempt to banish the darkness creeping at the edges of my vision. Sleep was impossible, but at some point, sheer fatigue must have taken me because suddenly I jolted awake, drenched in sweat, heart pounding frantically. Something had woken me a sound downstairs. Every muscle in my body froze. I strained to listen, my pulse roaring in my ears. A slow creaking sound drifted upward, faint but distinct. Footsteps steady, deliberate, moving slowly across the wooden floor downstairs. My breathing came shallowly, panic gripping me as I slipped quietly from my bed. My phone sat beside me, but calling the police seemed impossible in my current state. Instead, instinct drove me forward, down the hallway toward the staircase, careful not to make a sound. Reaching the top step, I peered cautiously downward into the darkened living room. My heart nearly stopped. A shadowy figure stood calmly in the center of the room, silhouetted in the faint glow of streetlights filtering through the curtains. Tall, quiet, and unmoving, the intruder simply stood there, facing directly toward the stairs, as if waiting patiently for me to appear. Panic surged. I stumbled backward, knocking into the wall, the sound impossibly loud in the silent house. Instantly, the figure turned sharply, taking a sudden, swift step toward the staircase. In a rush of fear and desperation, I ran back into my bedroom, locking the door behind me with shaking hands, heart thundering painfully. My fingers trembled violently as I dialed 911, whispering urgently to the dispatcher that someone was inside my home. Minutes felt like hours as I waited, listening intently for any movement outside my door. Finally, sirens wailed in the distance, growing steadily louder until the flashing lights illuminated my windows once again. The police found no one downstairs, no intruder, no sign of forced entry. Yet I stood before them, nearly shaking apart, insisting frantically that someone had been right there in front of me. Their eyes, sympathetic yet skeptical, told me what they didn't say out loud. They didn't fully believe me. When they left, promising to patrol frequently, my house felt emptier than ever, haunted by a presence that had vanished without a trace. Every shadow now felt threatening, every sound sinister. The weeks afterward became a blur of sleepless nights and crippling paranoia. I changed my locks, installed an expensive security system, and even briefly stayed with a friend, yet nowhere felt truly safe. Each evening as the clock approached 11, my anxiety became unbearable, my heartbeat spiking wildly, waiting for another call, another intrusion, another impossible moment of fear. Eventually, the calls stopped altogether. Weeks passed, then months, until normal life slowly reclaimed me, at least on the surface. Yet, deep inside, I knew I'd never fully recover. The silence no longer brought comfort, and being alone became almost unbearable. Even years later, each time my phone rang late at night, dread would instantly flood through me, sending a chill down my spine, reminding me that safety was an illusion, one that had shattered forever. After the calls stopped, everyone around me assumed life returned to normal. My friends and family encouraged me, telling me it was over, that whoever had been tormenting me had simply grown bored or moved on. But the quiet didn't feel like relief to me. Instead, it felt heavy, ominous, the silence of someone holding their breath just before disaster. Months passed without any incidents, and on the surface, my life had settled into a familiar routine. Work resumed, clients filled my inbox, and the police closed the case quietly, labeling it as an unsolved harassment. They'd found nothing, no fingerprints, no identifiable footage, no evidence at all. Whoever had done it knew exactly what they were doing, and that thought never left my mind. I'd installed extra locks, upgraded my security system, and installed cameras around the house, each pointed outward, watching my yard, porch, and driveway. It was my way of trying to reclaim control. I'd check the feeds constantly, at first every few minutes, then hourly, and eventually obsessively. It became a compulsive habit, a desperate need to assure myself nothing waited in the shadows. Sleep still came sparingly. Most nights, I lay awake listening to every creak of my home, every whisper of wind against the window panes, my body tensed for something I couldn't even define anymore. I felt perpetually trapped between rationality and paranoia, fully aware that my fears had become excessive, yet unable to silence the voice in my mind that warned me I wasn't safe. One night, nearly 6 months after the last call, my phone buzzed suddenly at 2 in the morning. Not a call, but a message from a number I didn't recognize. My chest tightened immediately, the familiar anxiety clawing its way upward. The message was simple, just 3 words. I see you. I froze, gripping my phone tightly, staring at the glowing screen in disbelief. After months of silence, the nightmare had returned in an instant, bringing fresh waves of fear and vulnerability. My eyes instinctively shot toward the windows, scanning frantically for movement outside, but nothing stirred beneath the dim streetlights. Heart racing, I checked my camera feeds, rewinding anxiously through recent recordings, yet everything appeared empty, still, completely normal. My house remained quiet, undisturbed, as though nothing had happened at all. I considered calling the police again, but what would I say this time? Another anonymous message without a clear threat, just 3 vague words, enough to unsettle me deeply, but meaningless to anyone else. Instead, I turned off the phone, determined not to let whoever it was control me this way. But sleep never returned, and I spent the night pacing restlessly from room to room, paranoia whispering dark possibilities into my thoughts. The next morning, I forced myself into my routine coffee, emails, calls with clients, but beneath every ordinary moment lurked the shadow of uncertainty. I found myself glancing anxiously toward the windows, anticipating a movement, a figure, something to confirm the threat was real, but nothing came. Until that evening. I was in the kitchen washing dishes, the repetitive motion briefly soothing my anxiety. The sun had just set, leaving a gentle darkness outside that blurred shapes and colors into indistinct shadows. I glanced casually out the window toward the backyard, but something stopped me, a flicker of movement, barely noticeable, but definitely there. I leaned closer, my pulse quickening, squinting to see clearly through the fading twilight. Then it happened again, a quick, deliberate movement between the bushes near the fence. My breath caught painfully. My heart began to race, adrenaline surging painfully through my veins. I stood completely still, barely breathing, eyes glued to the darkness outside. The movement came once more, this time clearer, undeniably human. A shadowed figure stepped out slowly from behind the bushes, standing motionless near the edge of my yard, facing directly toward the house. A sickening chill washed through me. I stepped back from the window, my heart hammering painfully. I fumbled frantically for my phone, dialing 911 without even looking, never taking my eyes off the dark figure outside. The dispatcher's calm voice felt far away, distant beneath the roaring pulse in my ears. "There's someone outside my house," I whispered urgently, fighting to keep my voice steady. They're standing in my yard. Please hurry." I gave my address quickly, hands trembling. When I looked back through the window, the figure was gone, vanished as silently as it had appeared. Panic surged higher. Where had they gone? I moved quickly toward the living room window, peering out cautiously. The yard appeared empty, dark, untouched. Doubt began to creep in again. Had I really seen someone, or was paranoia finally taking over completely? I scanned every angle anxiously, but nothing stirred. The police arrived swiftly, sweeping the property thoroughly again, but just like before, there was nothing, no footprints, no disturbed bushes, no signs anyone had ever been there at all. Embarrassment burned hotly beneath my fear as they asked gentle but skeptical questions, clearly doubting my sanity now. "We'll keep an eye on your property tonight," one officer reassured me gently, clearly seeing the distress in my eyes. "Try to get some rest." Rest was impossible. Long after they left, I sat in the living room, lights blazing, eyes fixed nervously toward the windows, expecting at any moment to see the shadow again. Every sound became menacing, every creak of my home amplified in the oppressive silence. The next few days blurred together in exhausted vigilance. I barely left my house, obsessed with the camera footage, rewinding endlessly, convinced I would spot something the police missed. And finally, on the third night, I did. It was brief, less than 5 seconds, but clear enough that my blood ran cold watching it. At exactly 2 in the morning, the exact moment I'd received that cryptic message, my front door camera showed a shadowy figure quietly approach, standing motionless at my door, facing inward, completely still. Then, just as silently, the figure stepped back and vanished into the darkness. My stomach churned painfully as I stared at the footage, replaying it over and over again. This was proof, real, tangible evidence, but it brought no comfort. Instead, it deepened my fear. Whoever it was, they moved freely around my property without concern, without fear, as if they belonged there as much as I did. I called the police again, heart racing, showing them the footage when they arrived. This time, their skepticism vanished immediately, replaced by quiet, professional concern. "We'll escalate this investigation," the officer assured me, watching the clip repeatedly, clearly unsettled. "Whoever this is, they're persistent, and they're becoming bolder." After they left, I sat alone, overwhelmed by a sense of vulnerability deeper than anything I'd ever experienced. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt utterly exposed, compromised. I knew deep down that it wasn't just about cameras or locks anymore. The person stalking me knew every vulnerability, every weakness, every private corner of my life, and they were using that knowledge to unravel me piece by piece. As I lay awake that night, fear pressed heavily on my chest, suffocating, unshakable, and the terrifying realization settled deeper within me. I wasn't just being watched, I was being hunted. I spent the following weeks caught in a constant state of dread. Every moment felt like walking along the edge of a cliff, perpetually off balance, constantly waiting for the ground beneath me to crumble. Normal life no longer existed for me. Work deadlines slipped, Conversations with friends grew hollow and strained. I rarely left my house, and when I did, anxiety clung to me, pulling me back to safety, or what once felt safe. The police increased their patrols around my neighborhood, but it felt meaningless. They found nothing more. No fingerprints, no footprints, no clear image on the cameras, other than that one shadowy recording nothing but my own growing fear. I'd begun to wonder if it had always been this way, if the stalker had always known precisely how to evade detection. That thought left me colder than anything else. I wasn't dealing with someone impulsive or careless. This was someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Friends suggested moving, starting fresh somewhere else, but I couldn't shake the feeling that relocating wouldn't matter. Wherever I went, whoever this was could easily follow. Running away seemed pointless. Worse than pointless, it seemed like an admission of defeat. One afternoon, unable to concentrate on work, I found myself pacing restlessly around the house again, searching for something, anything I might have overlooked. I'd inspected every corner so many times it had become mechanical, obsessive. But this time, something caught my attention, a small, subtle irregularity in the wall near the kitchen window. Barely noticeable, a tiny scuff mark and some chipping paint. It hadn't been there before, had it? My pulse quickened. Approaching the wall cautiously, I reached out and pressed gently against the surface. It felt solid, yet something didn't sit right. I leaned closer, heart pounding, running my fingers over the spot. It felt warmer somehow, uneven. I found a knife in a kitchen drawer, prying carefully at the drywall. My hands shook violently as I peeled back a thin layer, revealing a small rectangular opening. My stomach dropped. Behind the drywall was a hollow space, a gap wide enough to conceal something. My breathing grew shallow as I slowly reached inside, fingertips brushing something hard, cold, metallic. Another camera. My vision blurred momentarily with panic and nausea. How long had it been there? How much had it captured? Every conversation, every quiet moment, my most private and vulnerable experiences, had been secretly recorded by this unseen observer. Anger surged violently inside me, mixing with fear and disgust. Who could hate me enough to do something so twisted? I contacted the police immediately, showing them the hidden camera, desperation edging my voice as I asked, again and again, what more could be done. "We'll send this to forensics," an officer assured me gently, seeing the distress in my eyes. But his voice lacked conviction. He knew, as I did, that this wouldn't be enough. Whoever was behind this was careful, meticulous. They wouldn't leave traces behind easily. After the police left, exhaustion and despair overtook me. I collapsed onto my couch, eyes heavy, body drained. Sleep found me eventually, but it brought no relief. Instead, I dreamed vividly dark, distorted dreams filled with shadowy figures watching silently from corners, whispers I couldn't quite hear clearly. When I woke, sweat-drenched and disoriented, night had fallen once more, plunging the house into shadow. I reached instinctively for my phone, checking the time. My heart stopped, exactly 11 o'clock. The phone rang immediately. I froze, staring down at the screen. Unknown number, as always. I debated not answering, but something inside me demanded confrontation. This had gone on long enough. "What do you want?" I asked immediately, voice shaking slightly despite my attempt at confidence. "You've already made your point." Silence stretched momentarily, broken finally by slow, controlled breathing. The voice that followed was low, calm, disturbingly familiar in its quiet tone. "You still don't understand, do you? I'm not trying to scare you. I'm protecting you." My anger flared sharply. "Protecting me? You're ruining my life. Who are you?" The voice paused again, almost as though considering something carefully. When it returned, it sounded regretful, almost gentle. "I can't tell you yet. You're not ready to know. But soon." Then the line went dead. Frustration boiled inside me. How could someone be so close yet so invisible? I paced furiously around the house, checking every lock, every window, every corner again. It was pointless, but it gave my restless mind something to do. An hour passed, then two. Eventually, physical exhaustion forced me into bed. I lay awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling, mind racing with possibilities, fears, and unanswered questions. Just as I felt sleep approaching again, I heard it, a faint scraping sound, subtle but unmistakable, somewhere downstairs. I sat upright instantly, heart racing painfully. The sound came again, clearer now, a soft, creaking, cautious footsteps moving quietly across my floor. My breath caught sharply. I reached silently for my phone, but panic made my fingers clumsy, sending it crashing loudly onto the floor. The footsteps immediately stopped, silence gripping the house painfully. I waited, frozen, listening desperately. Then slowly, deliberately, the footsteps resumed, moving steadily toward the staircase. Fear surged violently through my veins, adrenaline drowning rational thought. My hands shook as I grabbed the small baseball bat beside my bed, moving quietly toward my bedroom door. At the top of the stairs, I paused, staring downward into the darkness, heart pounding uncontrollably. Shadows moved below someone, ascending slowly, carefully, barely making a sound. "Stop!" I shouted, desperation overcoming fear. "The police are already on their way." The figure halted, lingering in the dark. Silence filled the house again, heavier than ever before. Then, quietly, a voice responded from the shadows. "You wouldn't call them, not yet." My blood turned cold. "Who are you?" I demanded, desperation clear in my voice now. "Why are you doing this to me?" The figure moved slightly, stepping partially into the faint moonlight filtering through the hallway window, just enough to make out vague features, a face covered partly by shadows, eyes glinting softly. "When you finally understand," the figure whispered calmly, "you'll thank me." Before I could respond, the figure turned abruptly, disappearing quickly down the stairs and out of sight. A second later, the front door opened and closed quietly, leaving me alone once again in stunned, terrified silence. I stood there for a long time, unable to move, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Eventually, my legs gave out, and I sank onto the stairs, shaking violently. My phone lay discarded nearby, screen cracked from the fall. I knew what the intruder had said was true. I hadn't called the police. Something deep inside me had stopped me, a gut instinct I couldn't explain, a strange certainty that calling wouldn't end this. But one thought kept repeating itself sharply, unmistakably. Whoever this person was, they believed they were protecting me. From what? As the quiet stretched endlessly through the empty house, I realized with a chilling certainty that the answers to my questions might be far more terrifying than I'd ever imagined. The quiet that settled after the intruder left was the loudest silence I'd ever experienced. My hands trembled uncontrollably as I sat motionless on the stairs, the wooden baseball bat lying uselessly by my feet. My body felt weak, drained, as if all the energy had suddenly been pulled out of me. I had come face to face with the nightmare that had haunted me for months, and yet it left me feeling more confused than ever. The intruder's words replayed in my head, taunting me relentlessly. When you finally understand, you'll thank me. Thank him? The idea felt absurd. Whoever this was had invaded my life, destroyed my peace, turned my home into a place that no longer felt safe. How could there possibly be gratitude hidden beneath such relentless torment? I finally gathered myself, forcing my numb legs to stand, taking shaky steps back toward the bedroom. Sleep was impossible now, but I had nowhere else to go. I closed and locked my bedroom door, checking the windows again, even though I knew it was pointless. Locks and windows no longer mattered. Whoever was stalking me had already proven they could get inside whenever they chose. Morning came eventually, sunlight cutting harshly through the blinds. I hadn't slept, hadn't even closed my eyes. I was exhausted, anxious, haunted by questions without answers. Desperation led me to a choice I'd resisted for weeks, finally opening up to someone who might understand. That afternoon, I sat nervously in a small, brightly lit cafe across from my older brother, Jake. He'd always been steady, calm, someone I trusted implicitly. But I hadn't wanted him involved in this mess, hadn't wanted anyone else at risk. Yet now I had no choice. Jake listened quietly as I recounted everything, his face growing increasingly troubled as I spoke. When I finally finished, silence hung heavily between us. He rubbed his forehead slowly, trying to absorb everything I'd said. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" he finally asked, voice gentle but firm. "You shouldn't have dealt with this alone." "I didn't know how," I admitted softly, feeling suddenly ashamed, vulnerable. "I thought it was just some sick prank, something I could handle myself. But this person knows everything about me. They've been inside my house. They're always watching. And I have no idea why." Jake leaned forward, studying me carefully. "The things this person said that they're protecting you, do you think that's genuine or just manipulation?" I hesitated, uncertain. At first, I thought it was just manipulation, trying to make me doubt myself. But now, I'm not sure. They seemed serious, like they really believe they're helping me. Jake frowned deeply, thinking it through. "Could someone from your past hold a grudge? Someone who thinks they're protecting you? An ex-girlfriend, old friend, or colleague?" Someone unstable? I shook my head slowly, frustration rising. I've thought about it over and over. There's no one. No enemies, no bad relationships that ended this badly. I can't imagine who would do this. Jake sighed softly. Maybe the police missed something. Hidden messages, something subtle you overlooked. Can I see the messages, recordings, anything you still have? We returned to my house together, tension thickening as we entered. Every corner felt hostile, every shadow threatening. Jake moved calmly through the house, carefully inspecting each room as I showed him where I'd found the cameras and how they'd been hidden. He stopped suddenly in front of my bookshelf, pulling out a small leather-bound journal I'd almost forgotten about. "What's this?" he asked curiously. "My old journal," I explained softly, feeling oddly embarrassed. "I haven't written in it for years." Jake flipped through the pages quietly, stopping abruptly near the middle, his brow furrowed deeply. "Did you write this?" Confused, I moved closer, glancing at the page. My heart jolted painfully. Scribbled hastily in handwriting I barely recognized were words I had no memory of writing. "He watches, he knows, but he'll never hurt me. He's protecting me." I stared in disbelief, dread twisting inside me. I didn't write that. At least, I don't remember ever writing it. Jake turned the page carefully. More entries appeared, increasingly frantic, desperate, all in that same handwriting, my handwriting. They described moments I couldn't remember, conversations I'd never had, references to someone who'd been guiding me, someone who knew me better than I knew myself. My stomach churned violently, confusion spiraling rapidly into panic. This can't be mine. I never wrote these things. I'd remember. Jake looked deeply worried, his voice careful but urgent. "Could you have blocked these memories? Maybe trauma or stress caused you to forget." "No," I whispered sharply, shaking my head. "I'd know if I wrote this." But doubt crept in sharply. The journal was undeniably mine. The handwriting, though unfamiliar, matched closely enough. Could I have somehow forgotten something so significant? Had I done things without remembering, blocked entire pieces of my life from memory? Jake's voice brought me back sharply. "Have you experienced memory gaps before, moments of confusion or lost time?" I hesitated, swallowing hard. "Maybe, sometimes. Recently, I've been exhausted, stressed, but nothing like this. Nothing this intense." His expression softened with compassion. "Listen, you're under unimaginable stress right now. Anyone might break under these conditions. But if there's even a possibility these entries are yours, you should see someone who specializes in memory and trauma. Get help to sort this out." Deep down, I knew he was right. I felt fractured, uncertain of myself for the first time. The stalker had made me doubt everything: my home, my safety, and now my own memories. It felt as if the ground beneath me had vanished entirely, leaving me adrift, unable to trust my own mind. After Jake left, promising to stay close, I spent hours alone, pacing anxiously, my mind racing endlessly. Finally, exhausted, I sat down, flipping slowly through the rest of the journal. The entries grew darker, more frantic, yet they also spoke repeatedly of trust, trusting this unknown figure, thanking him for keeping me safe from something unspecified, yet clearly terrifying. As the sky darkened once more, dread grew heavy in my chest. At exactly 11 o'clock, my phone buzzed again, another message from an unknown number. "Now do you understand?" I stared at the message, my hands trembling violently. Understanding felt painfully far away, yet a creeping awareness had begun growing inside me. Whoever had been stalking me knew parts of my life better than I did myself. They understood something about me, about my past or my present, that I'd blocked out or forgotten entirely. I typed slowly, hands shaking. "Who are you protecting me from?" The response was immediate, sending ice through my veins. "From yourself." The message sank in slowly, each letter feeling like a physical weight. What did it mean? What had I done, or what could I be capable of that someone would go to these lengths to protect me from my own actions? Suddenly, my home felt smaller, darker, oppressive. And as I sat there, trapped within my own spiraling fears, I realized with a sickening certainty that whatever truth lay behind these haunting messages and forgotten journal entries, discovering it might be the most terrifying thing of all. For days after that final haunting message, "From yourself," I felt as though reality had shattered around me. My mind struggled to grasp what it meant. Was I the danger all along? Had I unknowingly brought this horror upon myself? Sleep became impossible, and exhaustion blurred days and nights together. Jake stayed close, checking on me constantly. But even his reassuring presence felt distant, as though a barrier now existed between me and everyone I trusted. I had become trapped in a fog of doubt and fear, haunted by questions with answers just beyond reach. Eventually, the uncertainty became unbearable. One evening, with Jake's firm encouragement, I arranged to meet with Dr. Hannah Mitchell, a psychologist who specialized in trauma and memory disorders. Her office was quiet, calming, a safe space I desperately needed. Sitting across from her, I laid everything out honestly: the stalking, the camera, the messages, and the entries in the journal that I couldn't recall writing. "Doctor." Mitchell listened patiently, her eyes gentle and understanding, never interrupting or judging. When I finished, silence hung gently between us for a moment before she finally spoke. "The mind has ways of protecting itself," she explained carefully. "Sometimes, during extreme stress or trauma, it creates alternate narratives or completely suppresses memories. It's entirely possible you've experienced episodes you don't remember clearly, especially if these events are linked to intense fear or anxiety." I shook my head slightly, frustration rising again. But these messages, the intrusions, how could I be doing this to myself? It makes no sense. "It might not be as literal as it seems," she explained gently. "Perhaps the intruder isn't you in the strictest sense, but someone close enough to have been observing your struggles, someone who believes they're helping you confront hidden truths. Or perhaps your own subconscious mind has written those entries as a desperate attempt to communicate something you've been denying or ignoring for years." A silence stretched between us again as I considered her words. It was true that I'd spent years avoiding certain memories, moments of loss, pain, and trauma from childhood, things I'd neatly locked away. Could this entire ordeal be some twisted way of forcing me to finally confront those buried pains? Dr. Mitchell's expression softened further. Your subconscious mind can create scenarios to force you into confronting unresolved pain. It's unusual, yes, but not unheard of. So what now? I asked quietly, feeling exhausted and defeated. Now, she said gently, we begin the slow process of uncovering whatever memories or traumas your mind is protecting you from. It won't be easy or quick, but it might finally give you peace. Weeks became months as I regularly attended therapy, gradually unearthing memories I'd long buried. Painful childhood memories surfaced slowly, revealing loss, neglect, and isolation I'd desperately suppressed. The more I remembered, the more sense it all began to make. The stalking incident stopped entirely during this period. No more messages, no intrusions. The police eventually closed their investigation for good, finding no evidence beyond what I'd already shown them. Part of me wondered if the stalker had simply faded away once their purpose forcing me to face my hidden past was accomplished. Then, nearly a year after the ordeal began, I received a package in the mail. Plain brown paper, unmarked, no return address. My heart quickened slightly as I opened it, a mixture of dread and curiosity mingling inside me. Inside was an old photograph, one I immediately recognized. A younger me stood smiling weakly beside Jake and my parents, in front of a childhood home I'd nearly forgotten. A note lay beneath the photo, handwritten in careful, familiar writing. You're stronger than you know. Remember everything, even the pain. It's the only way to heal. My eyes filled instantly with tears, a sudden clarity washing over me. The handwriting was unmistakable now. It belonged to Jake, my brother. The person I trusted most had orchestrated everything, not from malice, but from love, desperation, and an overwhelming need to help me confront truths I'd spent years avoiding. Jake arrived an hour later, as though expecting me to understand by now. I opened the door quietly, holding the photo and note, searching his face for explanations. I'm sorry, he said gently, his eyes heavy with guilt and sadness. I never meant to hurt you, never wanted to cause pain or fear. But I saw how you were suffering, how your life had stalled, how you'd blocked out everything from our past. You were drowning, and I didn't know how else to reach you. My voice shook slightly. You could have just told me. I tried, he explained softly, for years, but you wouldn't listen. You couldn't hear me. So I took extreme measures, thinking if I created enough disruption, enough fear, you'd finally seek help. I never wanted you to feel unsafe. I only wanted to make you realize you needed help. I'm sorry if it went too far. Forgive me. Part of me wanted to shout, to express anger and betrayal. But seeing the pain and genuine remorse in his eyes, understanding the intention behind it, even if misguided, softened my response. It was you all along, the cameras, the messages, everything, he admitted quietly. I watched you constantly, obsessively, terrified I'd lose you. I know it was wrong. But you were slipping away, living half a life, and I couldn't watch that anymore. We stood in silence for a long time. Anger faded, replaced by an aching sadness, but also, gradually, relief. Finally knowing who was behind it all allowed me to reclaim something precious I'd lost: clarity. The nightmare had ended, replaced by the painful yet necessary truth. "You were right about one thing," I whispered eventually. "I needed help. I just didn't know how badly until now." Jake nodded softly, his eyes damp with emotion. "I'll spend my life making it up to you, whatever it takes." We embraced gently, forgiveness bridging the space between us. It would take time to rebuild trust, but at least now we could begin healing together. Years later, my life regained balance. Regular therapy helped me process my trauma, to understand myself more deeply. My relationship with Jake healed, becoming stronger through honesty and communication. Eventually, I moved into a new home, one untouched by memories of fear. Yet even now, some nights rarely, but persistently, my phone still rang exactly at 11. And even though I knew it was only Jake checking in, a subtle habit formed during those dark months. I felt the old anxiety stir briefly within me, a reminder of how fragile safety can truly be. But those moments became fewer, softer over time. I reclaimed my life, learning to live openly with both pain and joy, fully aware of every shadow, yet no longer afraid of what they hid. In the end, the stalker was not some faceless monster, or even a stranger. It was someone who knew me completely, someone who risked everything to save me from myself. And finally, after all I'd been through, I understood. He'd been right all along. I did thank him not for what he'd done, but for why he'd done it. Because sometimes facing darkness is the only way to rediscover the light. I've been driving for rideshare apps off and on for a couple of years, nights mostly. It fits my schedule, and frankly, people are quieter after midnight. Less small talk, more silence. I liked that. The quiet, the dark, it helped me think. That night started like any other. A few airport runs, some drunk college kids who wanted to stop for fast food, a guy in a suit who didn't say a word but left $100 tip. Routine. I'd just dropped someone off on the edge of the city, near the industrial park, those wide roads that look like they go on forever, half lit and echoey, even when your engine's idling. I remember thinking it was later than usual, around 2:30 a.m., maybe closer to 3. I pulled over near a small gravel pullout to stretch my legs, check my phone, maybe call it for the night. That's when I got the ping. The screen lit up with a single word: pick up. No name, no photo, no rating, just a location, a nearby side road that led into the hills. Weird, but not impossible. The app glitches sometimes. I figured it was a one-off. Maybe a tourist who couldn't get a signal. Maybe a dead zone threw off the map. But the thing was, it didn't ask me to accept the ride. No green button, no confirmation. It was just there. Already marked, in progress. I should have driven off. I should have closed the app and gone home. But something about it held me. that little pin blinking slowly on the map like it was waiting for me. I sat there for a solid minute, staring at the screen. Then, before I really made a conscious choice, I shifted into drive and headed toward it. The pickup point wasn't far, just a quarter-mile down a winding road, no streetlights, trees lining both sides, heavy and still. I turned the music off without really thinking about it. Just wanted to hear the world around me. There was a figure standing at the side of the road when I pulled up. A man, tall, pale, wearing a dark coat that looked too thin for the cold. He didn't have any luggage or a phone out, just stood there with his hands in his pockets, staring straight ahead like he'd been waiting for something more than just a ride. I leaned over and cracked the window. "You, call a ride?" He didn't look at me, just nodded once, slowly, and walked around to the back door, got in without a word. I glanced in the rear view. He buckled his seatbelt carefully, almost mechanically, and stared out the front windshield. Never met my eyes. I cleared my throat. "All right, where to?" "East," he said. His voice was low, even and dry. "Keep going. I'll tell you when to stop." I hesitated. "You got an address?" "Just drive." Now, I've had some weird passengers before. One guy who insisted I take only left turns. A woman who cried silently the entire ride and tipped me in foreign coins. But this guy, there was something different. It wasn't the way he talked or didn't talk. It was the weight of him, like he pulled the air down around him, like the car had gotten colder when he got in. Still, I pulled away. We drove in silence for a while, 15 minutes, maybe 20. The city fell behind us. The road narrowed. No signs, no traffic, just 2 yellow lines leading us through the dark. I started to feel wrong. Not scared exactly, just off, like I wasn't supposed to be here. Finally, I tried to break the silence. "So, you visiting from out of town?" "Nothing. Been a quiet night," I said. "You're probably my last ride." He didn't even blink, just kept staring forward, both hands clenched tightly on his seatbelt, white-knuckled, like he was bracing for impact. I glanced at him again through the mirror. "You okay, man?" That's when he spoke, quiet, measured, but firm. "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." The words landed like a weight in my chest. "What does that mean?" "Silence." I gripped the wheel tighter. The road was winding now, climbing steadily uphill. Trees pressed in on both sides. No houses, no lights. Just that long stretch of 2-lane blacktop, disappearing into dark woods. I checked my phone. No signal, no map. The app had closed itself out. "All right, look," I said, slowing down a bit. "I need a destination. I can't just keep driving into the middle of nowhere. I'm gonna pull over unless you tell me where we're going." He didn't move, didn't speak, just kept staring straight ahead. That's when I looked in the mirror again. He wasn't breathing. I don't mean he was holding his breath or anything. I mean he wasn't moving at all. No rise and fall in his chest, no shifting in his seat, just stillness, dead stillness. "Hey," I said, my voice sharper now. "I'm serious. This isn't funny." Still nothing. I pulled the car over onto the dirt shoulder and threw it in park. turned around fully in my seat. Listen, man, I don't know what this is, but the back seat was empty. My mouth went dry. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I blinked, looked again. Nothing. The seatbelt was still buckled. I threw the door open and stumbled out of the car, my shoes crunching on gravel. I opened the rear door. No one. The seat was warm, and there, on the floor, was a single thing I hadn't noticed before. A small, cracked phone. No case, no lock screen, just a dead screen. I picked it up, hands shaking, pressed the power button. Nothing. I stood there for a long moment, in the cold, under a sky full of stars I hadn't even realized were there. And from somewhere deeper in the woods, I thought I heard footsteps. But they were walking away. Not toward me. I didn't get back in the car right away. I just stood there, holding that old phone, trying to convince myself that maybe I'd just been tired, that the man had gotten out quietly, that I'd imagined his voice, that I'd misunderstood the whole thing. But that wasn't true, because I remember what he said. Keep going, even if it feels wrong. And I'd never said a word about it. Not until now. I got back in the car after maybe 10 minutes of standing there. Could have been longer. Could have been less. Time had started to feel a little stretchy out there, like the woods had their own clock and I wasn't on it. I was still holding the dead phone in my hand. I didn't know why I'd taken it with me. Maybe because I didn't want to leave it behind. Maybe because part of me thought it would light up and explain everything. It didn't. I started the engine, half expecting it not to turn over, but it purred to life like it always did, normal, familiar. The heater clicked on, blowing stale warm air into my face. I stared at my reflection in the rearview mirror for a few seconds. My eyes looked strange, hollow. I looked like I hadn't slept in days. I took a deep breath and pulled back onto the road, heading toward the city. I didn't look in the back seat. Couldn't. It was like a rule I didn't know I'd agreed to. The drive back was silent, too silent. No bugs, no owls, no trees rustling like they should have been. Even the tires seemed quieter than normal. I kept glancing at the dash clock every few minutes. But it was stuck, said it was 2:39 a.m. the whole way back, even though I knew I'd been gone longer than that. Eventually I made it back into cell range, and my phone buzzed violently in my pocket like it had been holding its breath. Notifications poured in, texts, app updates, a voicemail from my brother asking if I was still coming over the next day. I opened the rideshare app first. No record of the trip. No fare, no pickup history, no in-progress ride. My last logged trip had been the airport drop-off 2 hours before I'd met him. Nothing in between. I sat at a red light near the edge of town, blinking at the screen. I hadn't imagined it. The warmth of the back seat, the words he spoke, the sound of his voice, they were all still with me, heavy and clear. I tried the GPS history. Nothing. No route saved, just the line from my last legitimate fare. No winding road, no pin. I turned the cracked phone over in my hand again. It had no branding, no SIM card slot, just a faint indentation on the back like it had been jammed into something hard. I tried pressing the power button again. Still nothing. I opened the glove box and tossed it in, slammed it shut harder than I meant to. I didn't tell anyone about what happened, not right away. What would I even say? That I'd picked up a passenger who vanished in thin air. That I'd followed a ghost into the woods because my app glitched. That his last words made my chest feel like it was being crushed. I drove home and sat in the driveway until the sun came up. Then I went inside and showered with the door open. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The next day, I found muddy footprints on my welcome mat, not mine, too small, too narrow. I'd cleaned the place the day before. They hadn't been there then. They led right up to the door and stopped, no matching prints leading away, just a single trail in and nothing else. That night, my hallway light turned on by itself around 2 a.m. I heard the click from my bedroom. I live alone. I keep the hallway switch taped because it used to flicker and drive me nuts. It didn't flicker this time. Just glowed solid. A few nights later, I was driving again. I'd taken a break from rideshare, but figured I needed to push past it, get back to normal. It was late, and I was doing a loop around the city when I got a ping. This time it came through the right way: name, pickup location, destination. I checked the name. Noah. The same name from the cracked phone's lock screen. I hadn't told anyone about it. I hadn't even opened the glove box since. I let the request expire without accepting. My heart was racing. It was probably coincidence. There are thousands of Noahs, but I couldn't bring myself to take the risk. The next day, I opened the glove box and pulled out the phone again. Still dead, still cracked. But this time, when I tilted it toward the light, I saw something I hadn't before. Faint. Like it had been written in dust or grease on the screen's edge. Finish the job. I dropped it like it burned. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. My apartment was quiet, but too quiet, like everything was waiting. At exactly 2:39 a.m., my bedroom light turned on. Not flickered. Turned on. There was no click, no sound, just light. I sat up slowly, chest pounding. The hallway was dark, the door was open. I hadn't left it open. And for a second, just a second, I swear I saw someone standing at the end of the hall. Tall, still, watching. Then the light went off. I didn't get out of bed. The next morning I opened my rideshare app and deleted it. But it reinstalled itself that night. I don't know how. I didn't touch it. It came back with a single notification. You still have one ride left. I haven't driven since. But I keep seeing him. Not just at night, during the day too. Reflected in windows, in the shadows behind parked cars, standing at bus stops, looking the wrong direction, not moving, just waiting. I tried talking to a friend about it, told him about the strange ride, left out the supernatural parts. He laughed it off, said I needed sleep. That night, he called me. Said he'd gotten a ride request. No name, no destination. Just a pickup point in the woods outside the city. He didn't take it. But when he got home, there was a single word written in dust on his windshield. Go. It's spreading. And I think I know why. That man Noah, whatever he wasn't just a passenger. He was something else. And now he's looking for someone new. I've always thought I was a pretty logical person, like not the type to fall into ghost stories or superstition. I'm the kind of guy who triple checks facts before believing anything, especially the weird stuff. So trust me when I say if I could write this off as a dream, or stress, or sleep deprivation, I would. I've tried, believe me. But every time I start to convince myself I imagined it, something else happens. Something small, something subtle, but just real enough to snap me back into it. I didn't even tell my friend Jason the full story at first. I just said I'd had a weird ride one night, and the guy creeped me out. Told him the guy had no destination and said something unsettling. Jason just laughed it off, like I expected. Said maybe the dude was on something. And yeah, to be fair, I've had people get in my car higher than a kite before. Happens. But this wasn't that. I thought about telling him more. About the app glitch, the man disappearing, the cracked phone. But the minute I imagined the words coming out of my mouth, I could already hear the reply, "Dude, you need to sleep." And maybe I did, still do. But then Jason called me. That was 3 nights ago. His voice was different on the phone, quieter. He didn't make a joke, which for him is like a cat not hissing. Something had to be seriously off. He told me he got a ride request late at night, just like I had. No name, no destination, just a blinking pickup pin. And it wasn't even on the map, it was in that weird gray no man's land, where the roads kind of blur and the app stutters. He didn't take it. He said the second he saw it, his stomach dropped. Felt like the air got thicker, he said, like something was watching through the screen. And that would have been bad enough. But then he got home and found one word scrawled into the grime on his windshield. Go. Not something you can laugh off. He was freaked. I could hear it in his voice. I asked if he still had the message, and he said no. He wiped it off right away. I get that. I would have too. That's when I told him everything. Not just the creepy ride, but the missing record, the empty back seat, the cold silence, the same line the guy whispered, "Keep going, even if it feels wrong." I told him about the cracked phone I still had stashed in my glove box, and how it never turned on, but had that faint scrawl on the glass. Finish the job. And Jason went dead silent for like 30 seconds. Then he just said, "Man, I think you passed it on." I didn't have a response for that. I spent the next day doing what I always do. When something doesn't make sense, I Googled it. I started looking into similar stories. I dug through forums, Reddit threads, even creepypasta sites I normally roll my eyes at. I didn't care. I just wanted to find someone who'd experienced something even remotely like what I did. And I found a few. Scattered comments, buried deep under unrelated posts, people talking about ghost fares, passengers vanishing mid-trip, GPS routes leading nowhere, clocks freezing at weird times. One post stuck out. A guy from New Mexico, username long deleted, wrote that he'd been driving late one night when he got a ride request that came through already marked in progress. He picked up a man who said, "It's not about the destination. Just keep going." The man never made eye contact, never spoke again. That driver said he made it 30 miles outside the city before realizing he wasn't following any road he recognized. Then his app crashed. And when he looked in the back seat, the man was gone. Just like me. He ended the post with, "Now it's my turn to find someone else. Because that's how it works. I didn't finish the job, so it's not over." And yeah, I know how it sounds. Like a chain letter or some urban legend. A dumb story meant to get a rise out of people, but it didn't feel like that. The way it was written, the tone, the pacing, it didn't read like fiction. It felt like someone unraveling, someone real. Someone like me. I couldn't stop thinking about the phrase, "finish the job." What does that even mean? Is it literal, metaphorical? Am I supposed to do something or not do something? The not knowing is the worst part. That night, I went out to my car again, just to sit, just to, I don't know, feel connected to what happened, I guess. I didn't turn on the engine. Just sat in the driver's seat, staring at the dashboard, like it might blink to life and explain things. I was there for maybe 10 minutes when the smell hit me. It wasn't strong, not at first, just a faint scent in the air, like dirt, wet, earthy dirt, the kind that smells like it was just turned, like something had been buried and recently dug back up. It wasn't there before. I checked under the seats, floor mats, glove box, nothing. Then I looked in the rearview mirror. Nothing in the seat. But it looked off. The seat belt. It was buckled again. I know I unbuckled it. I remember it being loose. But now it was perfectly fastened. I got out of the car so fast I nearly tripped over myself. I didn't even lock the doors behind me, just went back inside and slammed the front door like it could stop whatever was happening. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that back seat, the way he sat there, so still, like he was waiting. For what? I have no clue. But it's like the moment you notice something is wrong and can't unsee it, that gut-level panic that makes your spine feel hollow. The next morning, my phone had a new notification. The rideshare app had reinstalled itself, again. Same message. One ride left. And this time, the pickup pin? It was right outside my apartment, like 20 feet from my front door. I watched it blink on the screen for over an hour. I never opened the door, never checked outside. I was scared, not just scared, but that weird kind of fear where it feels like you're on the edge of something. Like if you look, you'll see, and once you see, you'll never unsee it again. That's where I'm at now, writing this. I haven't left my place in 2 days. I turned off my phone, threw the cracked one in the trash behind a grocery store 2 towns over. I've locked the doors, closed the curtains. I haven't dared peek outside after sunset. But I still feel him. I don't know if he's waiting for me to drive again, or if he's already inside. Maybe that's what they mean by finish the job. You drive long enough, and eventually he stops being the passenger and becomes the one behind the wheel. I don't really know what normal looks like anymore. Before all this, I used to have routines. Morning started with a strong cup of gas station coffee, followed by a scroll through my messages, checking rideshare bonuses or promotional boosts for the day. Then I'd head out, drive around the city, maybe pick up 5 or 6 passengers before lunch, take a break, back at it until midnight if the tips were decent. That was my life. Simple, repetitive, predictable. Now I wake up and the first thing I do is check the locks. Not my phone, not my email, just the locks. Then I go to the window and stare at the street like it's going to move, like it might change. I know that sounds weird, but after everything I've told you, you can probably understand why. 2 nights ago, I found my car unlocked. That might not sound like a big deal, but I always lock it, always. It's automatic at this point. It's like muscle memory. I press the fob before I even get out sometimes. But that night, I looked out my window and saw the driver's side door was cracked open just an inch. Just enough to be obvious, enough to make a statement. I didn't go down to check right away. I stood behind the curtain, staring at it like it might close by itself if I waited long enough. I didn't move for a solid 15 minutes. My hands were shaking the whole time. Eventually, I forced myself to go down. I brought my phone in one hand and a hammer in the other, which is dumb because I've never hit anyone in my life and probably wouldn't know how. But I needed something, you know, something to make me feel like I had control. The car was empty. Clean even, like too clean. The passenger seat looked freshly wiped. The back seat was pristine. No wrappers, no receipts, no trace of life, except for one thing. A single ride receipt had been printed and placed on the dashboard, like old school cab receipts, except I didn't have a printer in the car. I don't even own a printer. It had no date, no location, just a name, Noah, and under it, one line, trip incomplete. That was when I realized I wasn't just being haunted, I was being tracked, monitored maybe, or chosen. And here's the thing, I never picked a guy named Noah up, not officially, not on any log, not on any record, but I remember him, the way he looked straight ahead, never blinking. The way his hands gripped the seatbelt like he was holding on for more than just the ride. I tried looking him up. I don't know why. Maybe I thought if I could find something in obituary, a missing persons report, it would make this feel less insane. Like there was a reason, something I could hold on to. I didn't find anything useful, but I did find something. A post on an old paranormal forum, dated 5 years ago. Title was simple, Rideshare Glitch Anyone Else? I clicked it. Most of the replies were jokes or people sharing creepy stories that were clearly fake. But the original post? It was different. The guy described a night almost identical to mine. Passenger shows up without a request. Long silent ride, gives no destination, repeats the line, keep going, even if it feels wrong. Ends the post by saying he saw the man again a few days later, standing outside his apartment. The post ends with, I think I picked up something I wasn't meant to. It's not a person, it's a job that passes on. I didn't finish it, so now it's following me. That part hit hard. Because yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. Like I got handed a task I never signed up for. And every time I ignore it, every time I pretend I'm not part of it, something else goes wrong. Jason hasn't answered my texts in 2 days. Last I heard from him, He said the rideshare app reinstalled itself on his phone again, just like mine. He didn't even open it. Just powered the phone off and tossed it in a drawer. I called him yesterday, straight to voicemail. His social media is still up, but no new posts. I even DM'd his girlfriend, asking if he was all right. She replied with just one sentence. He said he was going for a drive. That was 2 nights ago. That same night, my doorbell rang at exactly 3:14 a.m. I didn't get up to answer it, just lay there under the covers, holding my breath. It rang once, then silence. I waited until the sun came up before checking the front step. Nothing was there, except for tire tracks in the street, right in front of my driveway. Not mine. I've thought a lot about what the rules are, if there are any. Like, what happens if I do pick someone up again? What if I go back to that place where I first found him and wait? Would that end it? Or would it make it worse? The note said, finish the job. But what job? Give someone a ride. Deliver him somewhere. What if I already did and failed? Here's the part that's really messing with my head. I think this thing wants to be noticed, that it needs a driver. It doesn't just show up randomly. It waits for someone with enough curiosity, someone willing to push a little too far, ignore a few too many red flags. And then it climbs in. And you don't even realize you've agreed to something until it's too late. I keep replaying that moment in the car, when he said, "You picked me up because they told you to." I brushed it off as weird rambling, but now I think he meant it literally. Like the app or whatever's behind it chose me, like I was being tested. Maybe I failed. Or maybe I passed. I don't know which would be worse. Last night, I slept in my car. I didn't mean to. I was sitting there, engine off, just thinking, and I guess I dozed off. At 3:14 a.m., I woke up. The car was ice cold. My rear-view mirror had been tilted slightly, just enough that I could see my own eyes, but they didn't look like mine. I reached for the door handle and paused when I saw the cracked phone. It was back in the glove box. I hadn't touched it since throwing it away 2 towns over. And on the screen, one new message. Ready when you are. I shut the glove box and started the car. And now I'm writing this from the parking lot of an old gas station outside city limits. I don't know why I came here. It just felt right, or expected. I've got half a tank of gas. My phone's at 80%. And there's a man standing under the streetlight across the road. He hasn't moved in 10 minutes. I think he's waiting for me to unlock the doors. I didn't unlock the doors. I sat there, both hands on the steering wheel, my foot hovering over the brake, heart thudding like a drum beat in my throat. The guy under the streetlight just stood there, staring. Or maybe not staring, I couldn't see his eyes from this distance, but I could feel it. That heavy pressure, like I was under a spotlight and he was waiting for a cue. I kept telling myself to start the car, just leave, floor it, don't look back, but I didn't move. It was like my limbs forgot how to respond to me, like I wasn't completely in control anymore. It was the cold, maybe. The air had this wet bite to it, like it had rained hours ago and everything still clung to that damp weight. The windows fogged slightly from my breath, and I wiped a circle clear with my sleeve. He was still there, still unmoving. That made two of us. And then he did move. One step forward. That's all. But it felt like a decision had been made. I finally broke out of it, turned the key, threw the car into reverse, and backed out of the lot faster than I should have. Tires skidded a little, and for a second I thought I'd clipped something, but when I checked the rear view, it was just shadows. Or maybe not. I didn't wait to find out. I drove for almost an hour, no destination, just moving. I turned off the GPS, turned off the music, drove until I didn't recognize any of the signs, took random exits, followed roads just to lose myself. And still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Every now and then I'd glance at the rear view, half expecting to see someone in the back seat again. Sometimes I thought I caught a glimpse of something, just a shift of shadow, the suggestion of movement. But every time I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. I finally pulled off at a rest stop, one of those older ones with vending machines from a different decade and bathrooms that make you consider holding it in. I sat on a bench outside and stared up at the sky. I couldn't tell you what I was thinking, really. Everything was tangled, a million half-thoughts and questions. Why me? Why now? Was there a pattern? Was I supposed to do something? Or was this punishment for something I didn't even remember doing? Then my phone buzzed. No notification this time, just a buzzing like a text that didn't show up. I checked it anyway, mostly out of habit. There was a new message. You're going the wrong way. That's it. No name, no number. And that's when I noticed something else. My rideshare app was open again. I swear on everything, I didn't open it. I deleted it. Twice. But there it was. And it had a route already set. Starting point, me. Destination, unlisted. And underneath the route line was a little blinking icon, a passenger. No name, no details, just the word. Noah. Again. I stared at it for a long time. I don't even know why. It was like watching something slowly catch fire and not doing anything about it. You can't look away, even when you should. Eventually I got back in the car. I didn't start it right away, just sat there, hand on the keys, trying to steady my breathing. I told myself I wasn't going to follow the route. But I did. I don't know if I chose to or if something chose for me. It's a blurry line now. The road it took me down wasn't on any map I'd seen before. Long stretches of cracked pavement, the kind with grass pushing through. No signs, no lights, just tree after tree, pressing in closer with each mile. I was maybe 15 minutes into the drive when I realized the GPS arrow was gone. Just the line now, a road to nowhere. And that's when I started hearing it again. Breathing. Not loud, just faint, like someone was sitting behind me trying not to be heard. But it was there. I turned the music up, hoping I could drown it out, but that only made it worse somehow. Like the sound had learned to hide underneath the noise. I pulled over. I needed out of the car, out of this story, out of whatever this was. I flung open the door and stepped into the dark. No lights anywhere, not even stars, just pitch-black trees and the hum of the engine behind me. And silence. I turned to look at the car and the passenger door was open. Not wide, just slightly, enough to see that it had been closed before. I didn't hear it open, didn't hear anything, but now it was ajar, and that was enough to spike the adrenaline in my throat. I walked around to check. Nothing. Back seat was empty. But the seatbelt buckled again. That was it. That was the moment I broke. I slammed the door, got back in the driver's seat, and screamed into the steering wheel. Not even words, just noise. A raw, panicked attempt to push the fear out of my body. When I looked up, the dashboard clock read 3:14 a.m. Every damn time. Something shifted then. I don't know how to explain it. The air inside the car thickened. The windows fogged instantly, like I was in a freezer. And in the rearview mirror, I saw movement. I didn't want to look, but I did. There was no one in the seat. But there was a shape in the mirror. Not solid, not clear, just wrong. Like the air had folded. And then I heard it. That same voice, dry and low, whispering from the back. You're almost there. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. The car was suddenly freezing, and all I could see was that mirror, that shape, that thing that had once been a man. I don't know how long I sat there, maybe seconds, maybe longer. But then it stopped. No voice, no fog, just silence. And the sound of a new notification. My phone screen lit up. Trip complete. Underneath a single message. Thank you for driving, Noah. And then everything closed. The app, the route, the GPS. It was like nothing had ever been there. I sat in that car until daylight, shaking, staring at the empty seat beside me, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. I think I finished the job. I don't know what that means. Not really. But for the first time in weeks, I felt like I wasn't being watched. At least not by him. Still, I haven't opened the glove box. Not since that night. I'm afraid there might be a new name inside. I didn't open the glove box for 3 weeks. Not once. Not even when I needed my registration after getting pulled over for a busted taillight. I gave the cop my license, smiled, apologized for not being able to find the paperwork, and drove away with a warning. The whole time, my hand hovered near the latch, but I couldn't do it. I was terrified that I'd see another phone, or a name written on old paper. Maybe something worse, something that didn't belong to me at all. After what happened that night after Noah, I needed to believe it was over. I needed to believe I'd closed whatever door I'd somehow opened. And for a while, it felt like I had. The app never came back, not even once. No more strange messages. No 3:14 a.m. wake-ups. No more open doors or whispered words or footsteps outside my apartment. Nothing. It was quiet. Not the eerie kind of quiet, not the something's about to happen kind. Just peace. I started sleeping again. I deleted every rideshare-related app and changed my number. I moved to a new place across town. Got a job working security for a storage facility. Night shift still but stationary. Locked gates. no strangers getting into my car, no destinations to follow. I even started going to therapy. I didn't tell my therapist everything, how could I? I mean, who would believe me? But I told her enough about the ride, about how it felt, about how afraid I'd been of things I couldn't explain. She listened. She didn't interrupt. And after a while, I started to feel like I had my feet on the ground again. I still thought about Noah. Not every day, but enough. I'd catch myself looking at the rear view when I was alone in the car, or checking the dash clock out of habit, but nothing ever happened. Eventually, I let myself believe that maybe, just maybe, it really was over. Until last Tuesday. I was doing inventory checks in one of the back units at work, big metal containers, mostly filled with old furniture and boxes no one ever comes to claim. Most of the time it's boring, but I like the quiet. That night, I was cataloging the lock codes when I found something taped to the inside of one of the unit doors. It was a receipt, just like the one I'd found on my dashboard. But this one had no name, just a time, 3:14 a.m., and one word scribbled across the top, almost too light to see. Passenger. I felt the bottom drop out of my stomach. My hands started shaking, but not from cold. Someone had been there. Someone knew where I worked. And maybe they weren't done with me after all. But then something else hit me. The handwriting. It wasn't the same. This one was sloppier, sharper. I stared at it for a long time. Then I folded it neatly and slipped it into my pocket. I went back through the storage logs for the last month, found out that unit had recently been rented just for a week, paid in cash, no real name attached, just initials. J.W. Jason. I hadn't heard from him since he said he was going for a drive. That was over a month ago. I tried his phone again, straight to voicemail. I started digging, reached out to a few mutual friends. One of them said Jason had dropped off the grid, left town maybe, told people he needed space. No one had actually seen him, not since the night he disappeared. I think he picked someone up. I think he became the driver. That's how it works, right? That's what I started to understand. The ride ends when it's passed on, when the next driver takes the wheel, when someone else picks up the fare. That's why it left me alone. Because it wasn't about me anymore. It had found someone else. I didn't know whether to feel relieved or sick to my stomach. I kept the receipt, put it in a drawer with the other one, the first one. They sit there now, side by side, proof, I guess, if I ever forget it happened, if I ever need to remember how close I got. I don't drive strangers anymore, not for money, not for favors, not even when friends beg. I sold the old car and got a new one. No ride history, no connection. I still check the back seat every night. Still wake up sometimes at 3:14 a.m., sweating, heart pounding, even when nothing's there. But I'm here. I'm alive. And I think that matters. I don't know what it was. I don't know if Noah was a ghost, or a curse, or something worse. But I do know this. It wanted to be remembered. That's why it kept leaving traces, notes, receipts, that weird fog in the car. The ride was never about getting somewhere, it was about passing through, taking something with it, leaving something behind. Maybe I finished the job. Maybe I didn't. But it's not my ride anymore. It belongs to someone else now. If you're reading this, if this somehow sounds familiar, if you've seen the same route pop up on your app, or found a cracked phone in your glove box, or if your dashboard clock freezes at the same time every night, don't accept the ride. Lock your doors. And for the love of God, never look in the rearview mirror. It was almost midnight when I placed the order. I wasn't even that hungry. It was more out of habit than anything about an empty apartment made me crave background noise, something normal. I scrolled through my phone, debating between Chinese or pizza, while the television droned in the background, the glow casting soft light over my living room. I settled on a local burger place I'd never tried before. The app said the food would be here in 35 to 40 minutes. Perfect. I tossed my phone onto the couch and leaned back. The exhaustion of the day weighed heavy on my body, my eyelids threatening to close. I let them, just for a second, breathing in the quiet. Thud, thud, thud. My eyes shot open. The knock was too soon, way too soon. I frowned, grabbing my phone. 11:52 p.m. That didn't make sense. The app still showed my order in progress, no updates, no delivered status. Another knock, firm, slow. A weird feeling settled in my stomach. Maybe the app just hadn't updated yet. Maybe the driver was just really fast. Or maybe I was overthinking. I got up and walked to the door, pressing my eye against the peephole. A man stood outside. He was older, maybe late 40s or 50s, broad-shouldered but thin. His dark jacket was unzipped, revealing a plain t-shirt underneath. He wasn't holding a restaurant bag, no uniform. Something about him set me on edge. I didn't open the door. Who is it? My voice sounded casual, but my pulse had already started to pick up. A pause, then delivery. Flat, unsmiling. I hesitated, glancing down at my phone again. Still no update. My thumb hovered over the restaurant's number. From which place? I asked. Silence. I gripped the phone tighter. Ma'am, your food, the man said, quieter this time, irritated. A chill crept up my spine. Something felt wrong. I took a small step back. Hold on 1 second. I hit call. The ringing felt too loud in the silence. The man outside didn't move. Hello? A voice on the other end picked up. Hi, I just placed an order for delivery, and I think the driver's here, but... I hesitated. Saying it out loud made me feel ridiculous. I just wanted to check, what's his name? A beat of static. Then, Tom. Relief washed over me until the worker added, but he's not there yet. Just left like 5 minutes ago. Should be another 20 minutes or so. The feeling in my stomach hardened into something heavy, cold. The knock came again, sharper this time. I barely heard the worker ask, "Ma'am, you okay?" I whispered, "Are you sure?" "Yeah, positive. You need me to?" I hung up. I couldn't move, just stood there, frozen, staring at the door. A shadow shifted under the crack. He was still standing there. My pulse thundered in my ears as I stepped backward, slow and careful. Was the deadbolt locked? Had I put the chain on? I didn't remember. I reached out, twisting the lock click. For a second, there was nothing. Then, the footsteps. Not moving away, not down the hall. Just shifting. Like he was repositioning himself. My stomach twisted. I couldn't stay by the door. I didn't want him to hear me breathing. Didn't want him to know I was still standing there. I crept backward, moving into the kitchen, out of sight. My hands shook as I pulled up the app, still on the way. My real driver hadn't even arrived yet. A minute passed, then another. Had he left? The silence pressed against my ears, deafening. I reached toward the kitchen light switch but hesitated. If I turned it off, he might know I was moving. Instead, I crept toward the window, the one that overlooked the parking lot. If I could just... My breath caught in my throat. A car sat below. Not parked in a space, not moving. Just idling. The headlights were off, but I could see the outline of someone sitting inside, watching. I stumbled backward. My phone buzzed. A notification. Your order has been delivered. I nearly dropped it. My real driver was here. He had my food. But the man at my door had come first. My hands shook as I typed into the app's chat feature. I think someone just pretended to deliver my food. A man knocked on my door before you got here. He's still outside. Please stay in your car. A moment later, it showed, seen. Then a reply. Do you need me to call someone? I swallowed hard. Was I overreacting? Maybe it was some guy who had the wrong apartment. Maybe. A movement outside caught my eye. The idling car pulled out of the lot. My heart stopped. My real driver was still parked below, scanning the building, trying to figure out which unit was mine. But the other car, the one that had been watching, was leaving. It hesitated by the exit. Then, slowly, it rolled onto the street and disappeared. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My phone buzzed again. Hey, I'm here. I have your food. Just let me know if you're good. I glanced toward the door. The silence in the hallway pressed against my ears. Had he really left? Or was he still somewhere nearby, waiting? I didn't know. But I wasn't opening that door. Not tonight. I didn't sleep. Even after the strange car disappeared, I sat in the dark, my body locked in place, ears straining for any sound. My stomach twisted every time I imagined the knock at my door, the flat, empty voice on the other side. I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe it had been some delivery mix-up. Maybe the man really did just have the wrong address. But that didn't explain why he had no food, no uniform, no name to give me. And it didn't explain why he sat outside for so long. The worst part was not knowing if he was truly gone. I had seen the car leave, but that didn't mean he wasn't still out there, just parked somewhere else waiting. My phone was still clutched in my hands, the chat with my actual delivery driver open on the screen. "Hey, I'm here. I have your food. Just let me know if you're good." I didn't respond. I didn't dare open the door. Instead, I typed, "Sorry, I don't feel safe opening my door right now. You can leave the food outside." The 3 dots popped up immediately. "Got it. No worries. Hope you're okay." I watched his car pull away through the window, leaving a paper bag sitting by my door. I didn't move to grab it. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. I wasn't sure. At some point, I checked every lock in my apartment 3 times before retreating to my bedroom, pushing my dresser in front of the door. Even then, I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the silence. I didn't sleep. The next morning, my stomach was a tight knot of hunger and unease. I hadn't touched my food. It was still sitting outside, probably cold and disgusting by now. I didn't care. Instead, I stood by the window, peering outside at the parking lot. It looked normal. Cars pulling in and out, people walking their dogs, a jogger passing by with headphones in, completely oblivious to the night I had just had. I scanned every parked car, looking for the one. The dark-colored sedan that had just sat there, watching. Nothing. I let out a slow breath, forcing my shoulders to relax. Maybe he really had left. Maybe it was over. I spent most of the day trying to distract myself, laundry, vacuuming, anything to keep my mind from replaying the knock at my door, the voice. I told myself it was done. And then that night I saw it again. The car, parked 2 rows away from my building, partially hidden behind a van. I stopped mid-step, heart hammering. The headlights were off. The driver's seat was empty. But it was the same car. I knew it. The cold weight in my stomach returned. I stared at it for a long time, hoping I was wrong, hoping someone would walk out and unlock it, someone completely unrelated, just another resident of my building. No one did. I pulled my curtains closed. I called the police. I hesitated for almost an hour before I did it. I hated the idea of wasting their time. What was I even going to say? "Hi, I think a car is following me. No, I don't have proof. No, I don't have a license plate. No, I don't know who's inside." But something in my gut told me I needed to do it. When the dispatcher answered, I took a deep breath. "Hi, I don't know if this is an emergency, but..." I hesitated. It sounded stupid now that I was saying it out loud. "A man came to my door last night pretending to be a delivery driver. He wasn't. He stayed outside my building for hours. Now I think I just saw his car again." The dispatcher asked for details, my address, a description of the man. Did he threaten you? I swallowed hard. No, but he wouldn't leave, and now his car is back. I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but... The words trailed off. There was a pause on the other end before she said, "I'll send a patrol car to drive through your lot just to be safe. If you see the vehicle again or if anything happens, call us right away." Relief flooded through me. Thank you. After hanging up, I forced myself to breathe. A part of me still felt silly. What if I had overreacted? What if the car belonged to someone else? But then I thought of the way the man had stood there, the way he didn't answer my questions, the way he had waited. This wasn't paranoia. Something was wrong. I didn't go to bed right away. I stayed up, waiting, watching for the patrol car to arrive. I wanted to see his car leave. By 11 p.m., I finally saw red and blue lights flicker against the buildings as the patrol car pulled into the lot. I peered through the window, heart pounding. The officer drove slowly past the rows of parked vehicles. Then they stopped, right in front of the dark sedan. My breath hitched. I couldn't see much from my angle, but I saw the officer shine a flashlight at the vehicle. They stayed parked for a few moments, radioing something in. Then finally, the sedan's door opened. My skin went cold. A figure stepped out. Even from my window, even in the dim light, I recognized him instantly. The man from last night. I stumbled back, pulse hammering. They were talking to him. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the conversation was brief. The officer didn't arrest him, didn't even detain him. After a moment, the man simply sat back inside his car. The police car pulled away. I felt sick. I checked my phone, half expecting an update from the dispatcher, something explaining what just happened. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I just lay in bed, every creak of the apartment making my stomach twist. I tried to convince myself that the police knew best, that if they let him go, it meant he wasn't a threat. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I couldn't. Because when I looked out my window the next morning, the car was still there. And I knew. He wasn't done yet. I called the police again. I had to. The car was still there, exactly where the officer had left him last night. The realization made my stomach churn. He never left. He sat in that car all night, just watching. The phone rang twice before the dispatcher answered. 911, what's your emergency? I took a shaky breath. I called last night about a man pretending to be a delivery driver. The police came, but they let him go. His car is still outside. The dispatcher's tone didn't change, calm, unbothered. Ma'am, is he inside your building? Has he attempted to approach you again? No, but... I gripped the phone tighter. He's been sitting in his car all night. That's not normal. A pause. Then, unfortunately, since he hasn't committed a crime, there's not much we can do unless he trespasses or tries to enter your home. Have you noticed him making any attempts to approach your door? I squeezed my eyes shut. He already had. I had told them everything, that he knocked on my door, that he tried to pretend he was my delivery driver, that he waited. And none of it mattered. "He's stalking me," I whispered. "We don't have evidence of that." My stomach twisted. It felt like I was losing my grip, like I was stuck in a nightmare no one else could see. "Ma'am, if you feel unsafe, we recommend staying inside and keeping your doors locked. If he approaches again, call us immediately." I didn't argue. What was the point? I hung up. By noon, the car was gone. I should have felt relief, but instead I just felt sick. The car had been sitting outside my apartment for hours, and then it disappeared the second the sun came up. It wasn't over. I knew that. It was a waiting game now. He was waiting for me to let my guard down. I spent the day glued to my window, watching every single car that pulled into the lot, every figure that moved down the sidewalk. Every time I saw a dark-colored sedan, my breath hitched in my throat. But it never stopped. I kept my doors locked, my curtains drawn. I ignored my phone, ignored texts from friends asking why I hadn't shown up for work. I was exhausted. My body ached from tension, but every time I tried to close my eyes, all I could see was his face behind my door, his flat voice murmuring, "Delivery." I don't know when I drifted off, but when I woke up, it was dark, and my phone was vibrating on the table. I reached for it, still groggy. My stomach clenched when I saw the notification. "Unknown number. Why didn't you open the door?" I sat up so fast my head spun. The message sat there on my screen, too simple, too casual, but I knew exactly who it was from. I swallowed hard, my fingers shaking as I typed back. "Who is this?" I waited, heart hammering. The 3 dots appeared almost instantly. "Unknown number. You were hungry. I brought you food. Why didn't you open the door?" My pulse pounded in my ears. I clenched the phone so tightly my knuckles turned white. Another message popped up before I could respond. "Unknown number. I'm still hungry." A chill ran through me. I bolted upright, rushing to the window. I yanked the curtain aside. The car was back, parked in the exact same spot, headlights off. He was here. I stumbled backward, breath coming in short gasps. I couldn't do this anymore. I needed to get out of this apartment. I grabbed my keys, shoving my feet into my sneakers. I didn't have a plan, I just needed to leave. I barely made it 2 steps before I froze. Something wasn't right. The apartment felt wrong, like I wasn't alone. I turned slowly. The closet door near the hallway was slightly open. I never left it open. My stomach twisted into a knot so tight it hurt. My brain screamed at me to run, to leave now, but my body refused to move. I forced myself forward, one trembling step at a time, heart hammering so hard it made me feel sick. I reached out slowly and pressed my fingers against the door. Then I pushed it open. Nothing. The closet was empty. I let out a shaking breath. Maybe I had left it open. Maybe. A soft creak sounded behind me. I turned just in time to see a shadow move past the kitchen. I wasn't alone. There was someone in my apartment. I ran. I didn't think. I didn't hesitate. I just sprinted for the door, fumbling with the lock. My fingers were slippery with sweat, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. A low voice sounded behind me. "Why didn't you open the door?" I lunged forward and ripped the door open, practically throwing myself into the hallway. I ran, barefoot, heart pounding. I ran. I didn't stop until I was outside. My breath came in ragged gasps as I looked around wildly, my vision swimming. I needed help, someone, anyone. Then flashing red and blue lights. A police car. I stumbled toward it, waving my arms. "Help, there's someone in my apartment." The officer's door swung open, and within seconds, I was being ushered toward safety. I couldn't even speak properly, my words coming out jumbled between panic breaths. By the time they got up to my unit, it was too late. The apartment was empty. Whoever had been inside was gone. But he had left something behind. The officers found it in my bedroom, sitting neatly on my nightstand. A half-eaten burger. The same one from the restaurant I ordered from that night. Cold. And missing exactly one bite. I barely remember what happened after they found the burger. The officers kept asking me the same questions over and over. Had I seen him? Did I know who he was? Did I have any idea how he got in? I didn't know anything. One officer stayed with me while another searched the apartment. They checked every room, every closet, even the vents. They asked if I had a fire escape, if any windows had been unlocked. Everything was secure, except my front door. There were no signs of forced entry. The deadbolt was still in place. The chain had been locked when I ran out, which meant he was already inside. I thought I was going to throw up. The realization made my skin crawl. I had checked every lock, every door before I went to bed. I had been so careful. And yet, he had been in there, watching me. I spent the next few hours in a haze, answering police questions I barely processed. They took my statement. They photographed the burger, the one missing bite. And then, they asked something that made my blood run cold. "Are you sure nothing else is missing?" I hadn't even thought about that. I numbly walked through my apartment, trying to see it differently, trying to notice if anything's off. Nothing was gone, but something was added. A note. A small, crumpled napkin placed neatly on my kitchen counter. 3 words, shaky, smudged. Not finished yet. I sat down so fast my legs almost gave out. One of the officers snatched the napkin up with gloved hands, slipping it into an evidence bag. They took me to a hotel that night. They said it was precautionary. They were still trying to track him down. I barely slept. Every noise made my stomach twist. Every passing shadow outside my window made my pulse hammer. I kept thinking about the note. He wasn't finished yet. But I was. I was done being scared. Done waiting. I had to know who he was. The next morning I sat in the police station, staring at a manila folder on the table. Inside was everything they had found. And there was finally a name. Mark Fenton, 48 years old. Not a delivery driver, not a stranger. He had a record. Breaking and entering, stalking, a history of fixating on women who lived alone. The officer in front of me cleared his throat. We ran his face through our system. Turns out, he's been arrested before years ago. He's been in and out of jail for trespassing, violating restraining orders, things like that. I swallowed hard. Why wasn't he in jail? The officer sighed. Nothing ever stuck for long. Short sentences, probation. But this time, he flipped a page in the file. We got him. The words sent a jolt through my body. They caught him. They had him in custody. I blinked, trying to process it. Where? He hesitated. He was arrested outside your building. My stomach twisted. When? The officer leaned forward. An hour ago. A cold weight settled in my chest. He came back. Even after the police had been inside my apartment, after they searched for him, he had come back. I licked my lips. What did he say? The officer looked at me carefully, like he was deciding how much to tell me. Then finally he said, he confessed. The room tilted slightly. I gripped the edge of the table. He confessed. To everything? The officer slid a printed transcript in front of me. We recorded the whole thing. I didn't want to read it, but my hands moved before I could stop them. The words blurred together at first, then I saw my name. I saw her once, in the parking lot. She looked at me. That was enough. I watched her for weeks. I knew she was alone. She left her door open for me once. I figured she'd do it again. The walls felt like they were closing in. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to keep reading. I was going to do it that night. I had the knife. I had the tape. I just needed her to open the door. But she didn't. I felt sick. I couldn't read anymore. The officer must have noticed, because he reached forward, flipping the transcript face down. You don't have to look at it. I swallowed, my throat dry. What's going to happen to him? Charges are being filed. Given his record, and given everything we found, he nodded toward the file. He's not walking away from this one. I exhaled, closing my eyes. He was gone. He wasn't coming back. It was over. But one last question sat on my tongue. Why did he take a bite? The officer hesitated. We asked him that too. He reached into the file, pulled out one last piece of paper. I didn't want to see it, but he read it anyway. She wouldn't open the door, so I wanted to see what it was like, to take something from her. I gripped my arms, disgusted. Disgusted that he had been inside my apartment, that he had waited in my closet, that he had watched me all night, knowing exactly what he wanted to do. And when he couldn't do it, he settled for taking one bite. I don't remember much after that. I just nodded numbly as they told me I was safe, that he was in custody, that it was over. And eventually, I believed them. It took time, months of therapy, changing apartments, buying security cameras, sleeping with my dresser pushed against the door. But I got better. I moved on. I was alive. And he was rotting in a cell, where he belonged, where he'd never watch me again,